Uno momento. Uno momento. 1 second here. Sorry about that, chat. One second. I've got to switch some things over real quick. Okay, we're good. And you should be able to see Warthunder coming up on the screen right now. Welcome, Bendover. Good to see you, my man. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hopefully everything isn't completely busted in half, but I make no promises. Okay. Nope, looks like it's good. Audio should be good. Arid Hale, Ben, give me an audio check down there if you can. Good sirs. And it's not capturing desktop audio because I had a Windows update and Windows is gay. Okay. Okay, does that work? Or are we still... Nope, we're picking up. Good. Good. Okay. Thank you. Now you should be able to hear the game. I can hear the game now, too. Now that we have all the technical BS out of the way, I am gonna throw us into a match. So I'm looking for preset 10. Preset 10 will do. No, we'll go 7. We'll go 7. We'll go top tier. Run around the HSTVL. I have been having a pretty excellent day so far. I'm sorry about how late the stream was, but I had a last moment oh crap moment with a PC, so that needed to be fixed. Hopefully the computer doesn't melt down and burn during the stream, but we'll see what happens. Oh, goodness. Thank you very much for the blurb earlier, Ben. I did hear that. I also recently got a haircut, which is great. I no longer look like a filthy hippie, which I greatly appreciate. That is not great. They've got Bravo, and I would bet you that there is someone scouting. Of course there is. Now hopefully we can go bully some poor leopard who's not paying attention. As is tradition with leopards, of course.
Good morning. How are we all?
We are doing excellently. God, I love that movie. It's not lore accurate in any way, shape, or form, but it's still funny for the meme moments. Like that one. And that was from Arid Hale. Thank you very much. Oh. So we're getting the best Japanese submarine in this game soon. The Yamato. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Do wonder how that's gonna turn out. I don't imagine too well because it's a gigantic frickin' target. Hi, Leopard. How you doing, buddy? Not great? Yeah. That do be how it is, though. Back up before that Puma obliterates us. Oh, I do not hate these Arctic maps, but I don't love them either. They have quirks. These winter maps are a bit like a woman or a pit bull. Completely and utterly unpredictable. It makes them exciting, though. I will say that. Ow. You gotta do that, man. Oh yeah, we're gonna get bullied by this poor leopard over here. I'm not sure if it was the leopard that knocked us out or the dude doing the high rate of fire. Might have been the Puma. Desert is better than nothing, I suppose. I ran a solid 7-kill match earlier, so I'm feeling very happy. And in case you can't tell, chat, damn it, it's doing the whole live chat thing again. In case you can't tell, I am much more hyper because I had good sleep last night for the first night in weeks. Which brings me around to asking, how are you all doing? I hope you all have had a fairly survivable week at the very least. Okay. Puma. Aw. They already got my UAV. Okay. Leopard down. Now, if my hands can just stop twitching, we'll be dreading the new work week. Yeah. Yeah, the twitchy hand thing has got to stop. Well, I hope it goes fairly well for you, Ben. Hope it's not too rough and you don't have too many unpleasant things to do. Tow time. I imagine I'm going to have to do a lot of very unpleasant things I don't like doing. We did hit him in the barrel. Okay, let's fly that right over there and... Okay. I should be scouting, but I'm not, and that's not very bright of me. Didn't get a kill there. Oh, man, I am really twitchy today. I don't know what that is, but I don't like it particularly over much. Okay, gripping time. I think this is no, this is the J something. The weird Swedish vehicle that I don't particularly care for. Okay, that light tank really needs to go. Puma! Hits. Solid hits. Oh, that's vile. Okay. Ah. He's eaten all of my toes. Okay. Well. Send it. I don't really have the cannon for this, but we don't really have a choice. If we stay where we're at, we're just gonna keep getting pushed back, and we keep getting pushed back, we're toast. Uh-oh. I hope you, okay. That's good. I dread to think of what Aerodale has come up with. Oh dear. Yep. And we got him just in time for that Stridswagen 122 to get him. Stridswagen. Good lord, those things are great. Alright. Not that far back down the line either. Doing pretty good so far. I will take this any day of the week. Oh no. Okay. Alright. Let's go help our man over here repair. Nah. Is he repairing? Stridswagen, are you gonna repair, buddy? My dude. No, he's not. Okay. Oh, that's a Gepard. Gepard, Desert Warrior, there's a Puma at Charlie. Man, you guys really don't like me having those up. Thank you very much, Airedale. I am doing pretty darn well as well, also. Aww. F4 Phantom. He is actually flying that correctly. I'm impressed. Rare enough thing. Someone who actually knows how to use the F4's aerodynamics to their advantage.
Bravo. You magnificent bastard, I read your book!
And thank you for the blurb maneuver. Ah. Okay. I will say.
It's a sport that's easy to follow when you're handled.
Yes, Warthunder is. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot of good news coming with this game. Hopefully they just continue to improve. Thankfully today we haven't had too many dead spots. Like, they've been regularly throwing me in matches instead of forcing me to sit on the sidelines for 30 minutes to an hour. It's ridiculous sometimes, the load times in this game. You know what? I'm not going to question it. It's fine. It's fine. They're throwing us in late. We're probably not going to be in here too long. I'm not going to complain. Alright. Remember, chat, if you would like to join in, drop your BR and your username and shoot me a friend request over snail mail, and I will play a match or two with you if you so desire. Okay. And if you're lurking down in chat, hello to the third person down there who has not said hello yet. Okay. Mr. Russian player, would you please stop, sir? Aw, there's a Leopard 2. A4, I'm gonna miss him too, but I'm gonna... Yep, he's gonna do that. And we'll repair. Okay. Gun is slowly coming up. Oh. Middle East has not been as kind to me as Seversk has recently. Ah, Leopard 2 A5. Let's see if we can't... That did not what I wanted. There's no worst feeling than realizing you pinned, but didn't get a kill. If I can shoot him, I cannot shoot him. I do not like the Leopard. You either completely bully them because their players are special, or you get bullied because their players are special. As in, they have Chinese characters in their name and are preternaturally good at landing shots. Preternatural. That's a word I haven't used in a while. I'm kind of happy with that.
Don't ever talk with your eyes. Make sure that you compromise. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead. You're dead and out of this world.
That was from Maneuver. Black Rad. Oh, there's a helicopter up. Hello. Probably didn't need to do that, but I felt like it, so we did. T80 BVM really starting to get on my nerves. I know you're up there, yep. Can I...
Our victory's near.
Oh, yeah. Right in the machine gun. I'm trying to bait him out. If he pushes up, I can shoot him through the bottom of his turret. He has terrible gun depression, if I remember correctly. Which I may not be. Because my memory is famously horrible. Ooh. Okay. Oh, I do not like this. This is unpleasant. Did he high X me? I don't even know where that landed. Oh. There's a Leclerc up. I don't like those. Leclercs are thoroughly unpleasant. The Merkava is what worries me the most, though, because he's got a good position over there. Very defensible. These rocks in here are always a pain to push, because if you don't dislodge them, you get chewed up and eaten alive, and if you do push, you're very likely to just start catching shells. Okay. Aw. From like a gazillion yards out. I think the worst one is dealing with the... Wait, we don't have any SPIA up. This is a helicopter map. And I finally got the desert camo for the Lav AD. I'm surprised. Aww. Well, we got him. He tore us up, though. Let's go see if Aerodale is still up and functional. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, man. Yeah. Desert maps haven't been quite as kind to me recently. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually think I should drink more coffee. Something more like a stabilizing agent would probably be good, because I think the, like, 9 cups of coffee I had before stream are hitting the old brain case right about now, and... yeah, I think if I drink any more coffee, my heart's gonna explode. And that is a less than ideal outcome. One I would probably prefer to avoid. No, not... we're going actual desert camo this time. Thank you very much, video game. Excuse me. There's been a lot of interesting stuff going on in the world recently. A couple very predictable things that I'm pretty sure if I talked about on YouTube would get me in no small amount of trouble. But, yeah. There has been a certain situation with a certain politician on the Republican side of things. I don't know if he's still a politician. He might just be a commentator these days. Yeah, that outcome was about as predictable as the sunrise. I think Aerodale has already eaten a shell or two from some very unpleasant individual who is now very dead. Okay. Now we wait. And move. Okay, we've got that capped. What? What be ye over there? Yes, urban renewal is what we're doing. What we like to refer to as mass unscheduled remodeling. Ooh, leopard. Thanatos. Or Thantos. PSO play. Oh, I don't like that. That's the one with the periscope, if I remember correctly. Here, have some artillery. I'm going to get off of this easily silhouetted spot, because that's a very, very unhealthy place to be. And I'm going to push around to this side. Oh. You, sir. You are going to make yourself my problem, aren't you? Not quite there. Solid miss for me, right on that particular mark. That Leopard A4 is being a real thorn in everyone's side. Now, we're going to go make like Lincoln here and reconstruct this poor clickbait. Hi. Oh, no, we're not. I forgot how good the clickbait's gun is. Oh, they... Nope, nope. Hold up. Okay, he's dead. Not my concern. And we have a Gepard up. Which is good. You need at least one semi-competent SPAA. If you want to do well. Okay, clickbait. Let's be careful. We don't want to go too far. Too fast. I think that was a helicopter. Was past tense. Okay. Thank you. Aw. Thought I could get it through his bottom front plate. was up just a little bit too high there. Hey, Chess. How you doing, bud? Not great? Yeah. Okay. Now that we're gonna do some good old-fashioned, German urban planning here. Good lord, that SPAA really... Oh, he's flipped upside down. Well, I know I can get a kill on him then. Couple of crits there. Fortunate sun blares loudly in the background. Oh, of course he RD'd me from a gazillion miles away. Why am I not surprised? Who does he have, I wonder? Yes, Aridhale has got himself tons of fun over there. Ooh. Well, that M1 Abrams isn't going to be doing anything for a little while. That Leopard, on the other hand, is going to probably tear him up pretty badly. Not a whole lot you can do there. 1 second, chat. I will be right back. I have to go, hit the head. But, back to more pop culture related shit. Did you all hear about the... Oh, fuck, I'll just pull it up. Give me a second. While we wait for Aridhale here. Okay, 1 second. Good God, this is funny. I think they showed it here. Oh yeah, this one right here. Good Lord. Okay. What's the problem, YouTube, you say is an issue? I don't believe you. Go away. Ah, there we go. I'm looking for something very, very specific. There we go. There we go. This is hilarious. Why? Who thought that was a good idea? It's like... How dead do you want the franchise, Russell T. Davies? Like, how dead do we need to make it? Turns out they need to make it really, really, really dead. You know, just... It is bad. It is just horrifically, hilariously bad. It's like, look, can you guys get a new... Can you get a new format, please? And thank you. Do something other than just ripping off people who are infinitely more popular and infinitely better than you. No, we're gonna...
Son of a bitch. I'm afraid.
Yeah, pretty much Airedale. Resurrecting that character for this, though? Really? Really, Russell? This is the best you could do? Oh. But on a slightly more gaming-related note, aside from that complete dumpster fire, because the thing is, I would say more on that subject, chat, but there's only so many times you can say Doctor Who is dead. And for me, I checked out with the whole manual transmission in like the first episode of the reboot. That was it for me, but it's just like, you really do just like humiliating your own stuff at this point. That's gotta be what this is. That's foul. 1 second. Chat, 1 moment, please. Oh, thank you. I have been delivered something by the glorious food lady. They just love humiliating their own characters. I mean, they probably don't see it as such, but good lord, their audience does. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. He is way on up there. I'm really, really exposed right... Oh, God, yep. Too close, too far, and we've pushed way, way too hard. Way too hard, chat. You don't want to push too hard. Much too vigorously. Okay, they got him. That's good. T80 UK. Hi, buddy. Got him. Thank God for Russian designing of their tanks. Because they're all stacked around the turret like that. It's very easy to deal with them that way. That's a good crit. That's another target destroyed. Okay. This map is interesting because this is a very good control point right here. If you know what you're doing. You can kill them as they come around, and you can kill them as they push up over there as well. Is it a little cheesy? Yes. Is it also a lot of fun? Also yes. Now let's grab a helicopter. Something else I wanted to talk about that happened recently that I thought was funny. Okay, they don't... Do they have a... Yes, they do have an SPAA. Okay. Okay. Come on. Type 94, B, please, die. Die, evil Japanese vehicle. Aw. Japanese start out with like some of the worst tanks in this game, and then they go to having some of the best tanks in this game, which is very nice to see.
Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face. Now let me see your war face.
Hail, Grizzle. How are you, my good man? Hope you're having an excellent day. Ooh. Oh, that Abrams, he worries me a little bit. Leopard, what do you think you're doing? Aw. 3 kills, it couldn't last. Nothing good ever does. Well, oh darn, whatever shall I do? Guess I'm gonna have to take out the HSTVL now. How's your week gone, Grizzled? I hope it's been as good as mine. And severe damage to the...
Okay, I call this one low-hanging fruit.
That ain't a finger hole, you sick bastard!
No, it is most certainly not. Thank you for the blur parrot hell. Oh, goodness. Probably have another helicopter. Another helicopter up shortly. He's actually up now. Traded. Didn't quite get those shells in time, but we won, and I was in 3rd place. I will take that all day long. 2 air targets destroyed, 3 ground, 3 kill assists, 2 severe damages. That's pretty darn good. My nephew just got a new Xbox Series X, so I got the Series S. Well, nice. Very cool. So is it like, you know, you guys have birthdays around the same time, or you know, you just decided that, hey, I'm getting the Wii one, an Xbox, so I'll get me one too. Ah. I'm gonna throw on the booster for Arid Hail here. Help him out a little bit. He's actually ahead of me now. He's got the M1A1HC. Oh boy. 5 people watching right now. Thank you all very much. It is greatly appreciated. No, the Xbox S is his old one. Nice. Yeah. For a long time, we were running on Arid Hail's old computers. That's what my parents use now. But this one is mine. And I hope that it lasts me a very long time, because I cannot afford to replace it. Which is part of the reason why stream was just a little bit late today. We're going to take the Abrams out, and we're going to go around, I think. We're going to actually push up. Don't do that very often, but we'll try this time. T-72B. Yay! It's actually a really good tank. If I remember correctly, that is the one that gets the gun-launched missiles as well. And the gun-launched AGGMs. Yes, indeed. Grizzled Entertainment. Thank you very much for the blurb, my man. I had a thought, and now I've lost it. I can't get it back, and it's very annoying. I hate it when that happens. Okay. We should probably keep pushing up through the trees here. M1, A2. Okay, that needs to go. Almost as much as the T-80 out on the ice. Because he can absolutely eat me for lunch. Come on. Oh, that T-80 is scary. A little free landscaping. We do a little bit of that around here. Can I, like... nope. Thankfully, our ally pushed up over here, so we should be okay-ish. Hold. As God intended. Ah. Thank you very much for the blurb, Grizzled. Oh, that's not nice at all. Okay, we're gonna have to get a little bit more aggressive, methinks. Wait. What are you? Oh, here he comes. What would you be? Oh, that's what you be. You are a T-90A with winter camo, which means he can actually hide from me fairly well. Mr. Abrams, are you always like that? Oh, he has no ammo now. Hi. Hold on, just wait 1 second, thank you. And can I get you to, while we're doing this, 1 second. Just need to make sure that you're not a threat anymore. And we're gonna turn and try and shoot you right there, I think. I think that's the best place to do it. Yep. Very happy with that. Fully repaired. We just have to get our... That helicopter is going down and not my problem. Heart rate's up a little bit. Definitely a pretty situation. Okay. Push up and around. We've got them bottled up at the moment, which is good. But we want to be a little bit careful because if you get too aggressive right now, things can get really bad on this map. And we are in Finland. Finland has really good mythology. Ask Tolkien. That's what he ripped a lot of his, a lot of the Silmarillion from. Specifically, the Children of Húrin is just the story of Kalervo, but Lord of the Rings, if that makes sense. Which is not to say in any way that it is bad, mind you. The Children of Húrin is probably like my second favorite story in the Silmarillion, but it is directly pulled from that. Which is good. It's good to pull inspiration from things. It is not good to plagiarize things. Games Workshop, you wouldn't know anything about that now, would you? Okay, he's passed. Okay, I don't have to worry about him then. Okay. Back a little more, thank you. Perfect. Other leopard. Aw. Someone finally pushed up around that side and got me. I got a little too greedy and I wasn't paying good enough attention to that side. They're really strung out right now, which is not great. It's not terrible either, but it's really not good for me, because that means that I have to keep an eye on an awful lot of things at once. That is not an ideal situation. You've got to be careful on Finland, because their ability to flank you is very high. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna send him up. Hover. It's good there. Got a kill assist. I only see...
missiles are coming! Fire our ship! But then let's have a nap. Then fire the missiles!
Thank you for the fires the missiles blurb. Crystal Entertainment. Ooh. Those helicopters are not anti-ground, which is good. So we can't really handle too many of those right now.
I'm afraid.
Thank you. Okay, let me just push up a little bit more and I'll check and see who that blurb was from. We need to get over on this side before I do that, though. A lot of Chinese characters in this game. Bend over. Thank you very much for the blurb, man. It's greatly appreciated. That's not. I don't like them being there. I think I would like to make them stop being there, like, right now. That helicopter is really saturating things really hard right now. Let's... That's good. They've got him. Seeing as there were 10 of them and only 1 of me, I would term this as a highly unideal situation. I have so many questions about your musical taste, but okay. Oh, that's not good. The only question is, do you feel lucky? At this exact moment, no. No, I do not. Thank you, SPAA, whoever you are. You are a scholar and a gentleman, sir. Now, let's see. Can I go and brutalize these guys in their backline? Yes, I can. I can indeed brutalize them in their backline, which is very good because we're not doing... Kisses rock. It's so white, I can't... It turns invisible. Like an Irish woman on a Florida beach. Okay. Let's turn those down, I don't need those. I do know it must be done. I must go commit seppuku. Preferably not by leopard, because I would like to kill the leopard, if possible. Best squad. Not my fault. Was me that slew the foe. Thank you, Aerodale. Well, at least that went fairly well. I was in first place, so I'll take that.
Oh no! What happened? Oh no! How terrible! That's just awful! How terrible! Oh no!
Oh no, indeed. Thank you for the count. Thank you, Blurp. Bend over. God bless that man. He is great. If you are not subscribed to Dankula and you don't watch his Mad Lad videos, do yourself a favor and do so now, because he is He is a absolute madman when it comes to the just weird shit he covers. I really enjoy watching his videos on cults. And those are a lot of fun. His videos on cults are interesting. I mean, I'm not going to say anything too harsh about anyone's particular religious affiliations, but yeah, you start to notice a common through line for a certain denomination with a lot of those. That's interesting. Especially interesting if you pay attention, very close attention to the teachings of a certain sect leader. Okay, we're good there.
Into your vehicle.
I need to do some reading up on the Huguenot Wars again. Favorite Count Dankula Mad Lad vid? The Battle of Athens. That one is absolutely awesome. That is the perfect rebuttal to, well, you know, the state has tanks.
It's a new feeling. Pride in someone else. Unfortunately, it's overshadowed by all this unyielding rage!
And thank you very much for Vegeta's Rage, Rick Cleary. Greetings, Brother Rick. How are you, my good man? It's good to see you. Welcome to the stream, I demand. Oh no, that's worrisome. Hi, clickbait. Can you? Thank you. Oh god, he's so Chinese and so oblivious. It's perfect. So it's a bad time to bring up the cult of bodacious bosoms? I am not personally a adherent to the cult of opatology, but hey, I would guess that that's probably one of the more benign ones. Okay, there we go. We're good there. Let's join Airedale in his air battle up here. Sydney Sweeney can be my cult priestess any day. Yes, indeed. Good lord. Sometimes, man, I do find it funny how certain people on Twitter were like, people were mad at Belle Delphine for doing, I can't remember exactly what it... You're not friendly, are you? Oh, you are friendly. Sorry! Sorry, I need to apologize to him. I thought that was an unfriendly there. Some well-rounded people there, yeah. Who were like, oh, everybody got mad at Belle Delphine for, you know, the whole selling bathwater crap. I'm like, yeah, it's not better when Sydney Sweeney does it. She's less mid, so more people are willing to turn a blind eye. That Type 71 over there. Wonder if I can put a spike through his back end. I know a lot of people who would like to put a spike through Sydney Sweeney's back end, but, I'm good with more mentally sane people. The older I get, the more I realize that I will be lucky if I can find someone who's not a complete nutso. Like, the older you get, the more appreciation for the insanity of people. I'll take a bath in that. Oh, of course. Okay, we don't judge around here on this channel. Okay, that's not true. We judge a little bit around here on this channel. Okay. Doing all right on Abandoned Factory health so far. I'm in 4th place. So, I can't complain too much. Yeah. Oh. Perfect dodge there. Ooh. Oh god. Oh. I am very surprised we actually managed to pull that off. Yeah. Yeah. On the one hand, I get you, Rick, and on the other hand, there are certain behaviors, maybe I'm just old-fashioned, but there are certain behaviors I feel should not be encouraged. Thottery is one of them. Okay, can we get a... Flak Rad, can you go away, sir? Thank you. F4 Phantom, no matter what anyone tells you, is actually one of the best airplanes in this game, and it is very, very sexy. Who shot me? Oh, it's the T-80. Ow. From hey, I'm a dude and I get it standpoint, absolutely. From this is extremely caustic behavior and bad for society as a whole. That is a Puma. Come on. Oh, no, please, God. Thank you. Oof. I can put a shell through that, Bradley. I can hit that. Said every guy ever. Okay. So, how do we feel, Mr. Puma, about spike shells? Not particularly great. That's understandable. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist. Like Harvey Weinstein insisting that what he did wasn't wrong. Good lord. If there is any more of a perfect example of controlled opposition, it is Candace Owens, that woman. It's funny to me that people ever took her too seriously, because if you actually look into her, she got her start in, like, Gamergate. Around the time of old, thank you, come again. Yes. Okay, now. Time to practice some, extreme overuse of firepower. But you ain't trying if you ain't doing overkill. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an excellent match. Superb. Superb. Now, watch me get called a white supremacist for using the OK symbol. Oh, God. That's good. Oh, also, chat, retard is back on the table. Are we still talking about the next Mrs. Mr. Sydney? Yes, yes, I could hit that. Yes. Well, good lord. Keen vision all the way up on that. We're good. Oh, we are very good. Once a left-hard, never trustworthy on Candace Owens. Yes, Rick. I do indeed drink milk, Rick. I mean, but then again, I have to squeeze that milk myself, which, yeah. I would be willing to do that in other situations. I just won't. I'll let chat decide what situations this might be. Anywho, okay, we're good there. We're good there. That's standard camo. Okay. T-72B, M1A2, Step V2. God help me. I probably need to cut back on the innuendos just a little bit. Ooh. Hopefully I can bully some poor leopard or beglite panzer over here. Fuji. I do like Japanese tanks in top tier. Agreed, which is why I say the same about Tulsi Gabbard. I have a list a mile long of bad stuff about her. Agreed, Aaron Hale. There are people who trust that woman far too much, I think. But then again, I disagree with a lot of people in that I think that gatekeeping is good and necessary, and if you just let anybody in because you want to be seen as the reasonable side... Oh. That's what's shooting him. You're going to get full of people with bad intentions.
My mommy boogers are getting bigger!
Oh dear. Bend over. Oh dear. It's just one of those moments where you're like, and there goes any hopes of monetization ever. That's foul. That is truly foul. That Abrams is set up perfectly. God bless Wallet Warriors and their capacity to cheese things. He has a preternatural ability to shoot me directly. Ow. Festival, save me, please. See, you gotta love teammates like that. He's about to die, too. Yep. HSTVLs who don't push are the worst kinds of players. That is a tank you have to be hyper-aggressive with, and if you're not hyper-aggressive with it, well, you're going to get shoved back into a corner and savaged quite vigorously, which is not something you want. I know there are people out there who think that sounds like a great time, but trust me, it's not. Okay, we need to kill that clickbait really bad. Oh, and now there are two of them! Hi, buddy. I have just completely boned myself, haven't I? Yep. Yep, he's gonna get that up, and I'm going to get killed. Okay, please repair, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're screwed again. Great. Yeah, there's no good solution here. God, I hate clickbaits. We're getting pushed way, way hard right now. And he's up there now. There's one of those. I don't think we can hold. What kind of hold are a captain? Doing the best I can. Clickbait is dead, as God intended. That's good. Now, we can just deal with this little scud hamster out here. We cannot, in fact, deal with him. Forgot how good his... Oh, yeah. There's your weeb shit for the day, chat. Good lord. One second.
Does anyone else hear that?
Yeah, and it's getting closer. And it sounds an awful lot like
mine.
Pretty much. That's the case. It's the scene in Finding Dory where all the penguins just look over and are like, mine? That's what it feels like to be the last guy standing on a map. Or the only dude trying to keep them out of the back line. Normally, I would not suggest pushing up there like that, like I was doing, kept going to the same place. And I wouldn't have done that. Except for the fact that if you don't get them out of there, you're just going to keep getting hammered. And that's not very fun. Oh, we're not that far out. We only need 10,000. 10,000 RP for the M1A1. And then we get a cannon that doesn't suck. We will get that this stream, chat. I will actually unlock something on stream for a change. Oh. Okay, let's see if I can actually make this work. Exactly, Eric Hale. Exactly. That is basically what it is. I will say, there has been one time when I was actually able to turn a match around from that point. Because I got, I think it was the Bradley. And I was...
No more holding back! Take this!
I was in a Bradley. Thank you for the blurb, Cleary. Lots of anime blurbs today. It was the end of the, near the end of the match. They'd capped all the zones. They'd pushed us back to our spawn. Keep driving. Just gonna pretend that didn't happen. It's a leopard. Way off over there. Some Chinese player. And whatever that MBT is. Okay. TKK. That leopard. Oh. And I was parked in the back line on... It was a full to gap match mission. But for like 3 seconds... No, it's more like 10 seconds to half a minute. You have invulnerability. And the entire enemy team was back there. And I had the APFSDS rounds unlocked on the Bradley. That was funny. The results of that match were very funny because they had all pushed up there. And they were all practically side on to me, presenting the best profile possible. And, you know, I can't be blamed for taking advantage of that. What else would you do? That's like seeing it's like seeing a deer. Pretty much the enemy team right now. Thank you very much for the blurb, Rick. I need to watch that movie again. I haven't seen The Two Towers in a while. Seen The Fellowship, seen The Return of the King, have not seen The Two Towers recently. Yeah, I know you're right there. And you're hurt. And you're looking away from me. And you're dead. Okay.
Thank you, come again.
Sad deflating balloon noises. That's just unpleasant in the extreme. Ooh. Can you actually go up a little? Oh, no, 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 no. That was stupid. On my part. Leopard to AV7. Can he push up on top of that hill right there? Yes, he can. Come on. You know you want to. I might watch the trilogy on my 4K 80 screen with Polk surround sound and subwoofer. I'm a little jealous, Rick. A little. He's doing indirect fire, which you can get away with that particular vehicle. Very well, indeed. Non-pinned from the side. That's a little interesting. Crit. Kill assist. Good. Looks like we might be able to scratch out a win on this one, which is unusual. I usually am not at all. I'm older. I earned it. Fair. Point. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh, God, why does it have to be a hind? I don't like the hind. The hind is not very good. The Russian hind. Come, Russian tank. That's a... Plus, I was with an evil woman for 17 years, so, oh. Yeah, definitely. He who had an evil battle axe. Pity him. Man, he is good. And way far out there, so really hard to hit. It's like trying to shoot a... Also trying to hit his missiles, which is not a particularly easy thing to do at this range. Hind D is awesome IRL. The Hinds are actually pretty decent in here too, but I would prefer to have like a Tiger H helicopter or the American Black Hawk, because those have fire and then you can fly around missiles. Like once you're locked on, you're locked on. You don't have to guide the ATGMs in. Because Hellfire missiles are just awesome that way. But behind the ATGMs have to be guided in manually, and that's not ideal when you're trying to dodge SPAA. And SPAA are... Okay. I'd rather an Apache longbow. The Apache's good. We're getting the Cobra soon. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. We're getting the Cobra in this game soon. I think that'll be really cool. Arid Hale is very excited about that. He's a big Cobra fan, but yeah, I just like the way the thing looks. It's a very cool helicopter. Plus, hopefully it will be a little bit more resilient to anti-air. Yeah, multiple side profile hits and he still tanked the shot. That's a little strange. Can I shoot him over the hill? I cannot. Not Cobra, Comanche. Okay, thank you, Arid Hale. Comanche. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm special. Got them confused. I was thinking helicopter and immediately went to Comanche. I think we already have the Cobra in here. Possibly. Navy, Comanche. Sorry, God, I'm... What is that? Hopefully not my problem is what it is. I would like to have literally any helicopter in here that has ECM. Already have the Cobra and Super Cobra in here. Thank you, Aerodale, for the correction. The dog is going berserk outside. Just see a little dog out there with a gigantic person-sized, well, truck-sized sword. All dudded up in black armor. Okay. Pitted, so pitted, very. I'm gonna try and go the other way. I'm not gonna be able to hold that. I might be able to push up into Charlie, though. We're fast enough, we can pull it off. If we can get up there, we can probably kill that guy and take Charlie, but just to be sure, I'm not going to be pushing up into a fight with something like a frickin' mouse. Nope, just a Bradley and a leopard. Which is bad enough. Let's turn that away from the Bradley who wants to blow me into Kingdom Come. Clickbait, what are you doing over there, bud? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Although that hind is giving the Bradley what for at the moment. Let's see if I can give the Bradley what for. Somebody got someone over there, which I think was the Bradley. Leopard.
I'm the Cobra Commander.
Thank you for the Cobra Commander blur. Bend over. Yeah. Sometimes the modeling on the shells for the HSTVL are a little... It's a little eccentric, shall we say, chat. You need to move from cover to cover. 120 millimeter APFS CR will make Swiss cheese out of a mouse. Yes. 125 millimeter, I mean, 120 millimeters, pretty darn good. I don't see any mouses up at the moment. Mouse is an ungodly good tank. Leopard 2 has a 105. How did that happen? So the Leopard has the same thing that the Abrams has. The Leopard is the late-stage German Sherman, basically. They have put everything on that platform. They have put, like, I think there's a 150 millimeter cannon version of the Leopard. There's a Leopard with a 20 millimeter cannon on top instead of a... Can you... Non-penetration, despite it telling me that I can pen. Sherman Helmsley? No, Sherman tank. In this particular instance. Oh, that Bradley is scary. A2 and M1A1 had 120. The Leopard with the 20 millimeter on top is funny because it was basically their response to the... Oh, God. Their response to the... MBT-70, which also had a 20 millimeter cannon on top. It's actually really good. I like the MBT-70 a lot in this game. It's very cool. Stop shooting me, you little rat. Thank you. Sherman Firefly had a decent 75 millimeter. Yes, there's also a version of the Sherman with a 105 millimeter howitzer. And that one's really good. I have killed modern vehicles with that particular one because I had a similar instance to that one stream we had recently where I wound up Making bad life decisions. Okay, helicopters. We have the H-1G. We have the UH-1B. We have the UH-1C. The UHs. We have Little Bird. We have the AH-1F. The H-64 Apache. The Kiowa. We have the H-1W. We have the H-1Z. H-64D. And we have the Blackhawk, which is absolutely god tier. Currently, I only have one helicopter unlocked. I have the AH-1G, and it's not particularly great. But yes, the Leopard gets... Let me check this real quick. Be careful to switch back when I'm done. Leopard has... Leopard 1 has the 105mm. M48 with 105? M48 with 105. Let me check real quick. M48. I have an M48. The M48 has the modifications, has the 90mm in here. I do not believe there's an M48 with a... No, we go straight from the M48 patent to the M60. So no. No, I don't think there is. Or the M10 or Wolverine. The M10... I don't think so. I know we do have the M60A3 TTS, which has a 105mm cannon. It's probably the best M60. Just all around really good tank. And it has really good armor. But my personal favorite of, like, lower tier stuff is gotta be the MBT-70. We have the... As far as, like, weird, wacky tanks that I eventually want to unlock, I want to get the M44 with 155mm howitzer. Those are in there, but as premiums. Oh, okay, Arid Hail has got me there. I don't really keep up with premiums because I don't use them. I refuse to feed the snail. But, yeah. There's a lot of stuff in premiums that I don't know about. Nice tank, horde armor. A lot about the, not in IRL, a lot of the American tanks have that problem. I'm gonna be adventurous today. And I'm gonna try and push up to the side over here. Get up in a town and try and hold it. Or a cluster of buildings, more correctly. As far as, like, tanks I really hate, I really don't like the Sur Blindé. There's a couple variants of the Sur Blindé that are easy to kill. But the problem with all of them is that they have... They're the... that's the French heavy tank, for people who aren't familiar. They have a really good gun, but horrible armor. Leopard 2, A4, keep pushing, please, and thank you. Where'd he go? Okay, he's back there. Does he just have... No, those aren't flowers, okay. I think there's one of those that has like a 105mm cannon, which is pretty broken. Oh, Challenger. Hi. Someone's trying to shoot me with missiles. That is gay. That's an 8-ATS is what that is. Dear God, that's scary. I hope he's out of ammo. Crit. Gunner, horizontal drive. Okay. Don't think we're going to be able to get a kill on him, but that Challenger 2F we might be able to hurt quite significantly. If he'll keep poking up. This is not good armor. This building is really not good armor. I should move. I should definitely move. Reposition into a more advantageous position that isn't going to get me blown apart by some 8-ATS with a giant screw you and your entire family tree missiles. The ADATS is very good in here, by the way. If you have not tried it out, or been killed by it, you probably won't realize that, but that thing has anti-tank missiles, which are more than a little broken. Challenger, hi buddy. How you doing? How's the weather? Not that great, I see. Ah, pucker factor 9,000. Okay. Okay, and his... I can't 50 caliber him. Nope, I can't. That ADATS, I'm pretty sure, is the same ADATS that was shooting at me earlier. I can definitely kill him. Oh. Oh, God. I am... I am filthy. I am unclean. Who's shooting at me? Mr. Bradley. Sir. 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 May I suggest that you see, sir? M60 Lower Obliquus is an easy pin. It is. Directly beneath the turret on the M60 is a great place to hit if you can get it. Ah. Threadswagen. I think I'm the last person on our team that's really pushing right now, which makes me a little concerned. Okay. Okay, we did take out his barrel, so we don't have to worry about him anymore, because they should be able to kill him. Okay. Oh, that's that Challenger. That is Challenger engine noises. Shouldn't have fired my machine gun there. Yep. Okay, artillery, artillery, artillery. Turreting ring on any tank is a great shot as an ammo stowage, especially on Russian tanks. Yes, because the Russians decided that the best place to stow ammo would be, of course, directly around the turret. Which is why every time you shoot a Russian tank, well, right directly below the side, you generally wind up getting a violent explosion that is very funny to watch. Not to pick on Russian engineering too much, but someone didn't think that all the way through. America was at least smart enough to put our ammo in blowout panels, so that if you lose... Okay, T-80, UD. Leopard is up here being a bullet catcher, and we are going to try and get rid of his problems for him. Okay. I'll take that, I guess. Bradley time. Turret pop is a fun thing to watch. It is, Aerodale. Evil helicopter from hell up there. That's a leopard doing leopard things. Come here. The good thing about this is he's going to try and push up in a second and get killed by my team. I'm going to get shot by the Stridswagen 122P, because of course. 5 tons of metal suddenly flying 300 feet. Yes. Let me check statistics. Is Aerodale? Yep, Aerodale is dead, so we don't have to hang out and watch as our team gets mauled. I was in 2nd place at time of death. Not bad. I will say, top tier ground arcade, very good for grinding the Silver Lions. If you're in need of them, I'd suggest trying it out. Because I currently have no boosters running, and we're making good.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
disturbing, whether mentally or physically. No, that's for you to decide. Thank you very much for the blurb, Arid Hale. And remember, chat, if you ever want to join in on one of these, shoot me your Gaijin username, shoot me a friend request over snail mail, and tell me your BR, and we might be able to go run a match or two. Ask and ye shall receive. Right now, we're really trying to play 11.7, but I can drop down to 10, too, right now. 10, 5, and a few other BRs. I think I have one at 9.0 and 8.3. And, of course, Dog Bottom. I don't have any other tech trees really too far up, except for Sweden. Sweden, I'm trying to grind out tanks to get to the really good modern stuff that they get. But they also, Sweden gets the Lens... It's the UH something. It's basically a car with a pair of recoilless rifles on it that is very good. Okay. Abandoned Factory. Good mission. I just wish American tank builders would look into curved lower glacis designs to deflect incoming rounds. Yeah. Waiting for data from server. Okay, someone spawned in already. I have not. Okay, there we go. We're good. 60mm recoilless. I can't remember which one it is. I'll have to check in a moment. We get it out of this match, and I will look at that one for you, Rick. It's basically a Swedish version of the German, or is it Russian? What's the missile boat I'm thinking of? My brain is completely fried. Okay. That tank needs to go. That tank needs to go now. I could not save Arid Hale, but I did avenge him. It starts with the... Hi. Turret pop, right there. Okay. Type 90 is a very funny tank. Did you just seriously take out my breach? Yes, he did. Well, that's not good. We should send up a... There is one that gets a giant 105, or is it 150mm, recoilless rifle in early tier. I think it's one of the biggest, actually, biggest chambered shells you can get in the game, period. Hi, Arid Hale. How you doing? Not as bad as that T-72 is about to be. But look at me, young man. And we got him a little bit. T-90 is really troubling. Now, if he'll just focus on Arid Hale, I can't get him through the bricks there. This is not good. That's really not an ideal situation. Type 90 is really bothering me with his insistence. Thank you. Oh, crap. I'm out of ammo. And Arid Hail is dead. Oh, God. Thank you, Gepard. 3 kills there. Not bad. Not bad by my standards. Oh, they're maining it for Charlie. Okay. Let's get that there and that there. Let's just drop all the artillery. There's the Gepard. I need to get back down and play some low tier at some point because I'm forgetting the names of tanks that I should remember. You know it's bad and you're getting old when you forget the names of your enemies. Missed. Thank you. M1A2 got him. And I kept him busy. No, the HSTVL doesn't get very much ammo to start with. I think it only gets like 30 rounds. And it has a high fire rate. It's an extremely low ammo count, high damage vehicle. But the problem is, it's high damage against like medium and light vehicles and not very good against modern MBTs. Makes sense, it was designed... Which one of these has the best? 480. Only 26 rounds. Thank you, Airtail. No, he's got the gigantic anti-air wagon that's now dead. Speaking of, hey, I'm the biggest target in this general zip code, please shoot me. Weirdly too low in load capacity. Yes, that's part of the reason it was never adopted. One of the big problems with the HSTVL that made it ultimately decided against by the US government, if I remember correctly. That Stridswagen is moving way too fast for my liking. So we're just not able to pin him, I see. We're really doing this, huh? Yep, we're doing this. First place, 5 kills, 3 kill assists, 2 deaths. It was not my fault. The RDALFL team is similar, but it gets 60. Yes. And before you ask, yes, it is a premium, which is why I don't have it. Yeah. The one I'm thinking of, German vehicle I'm thinking of, is the Rakaten Automat. And it gets 2 Orlikaren Type 3Z8 DLA launchers. The one from Sweden that I was talking about is the where is it? I know you're in here somewhere, buddy. USH 405. It gets 2 Orlikaren launchers that are just ridiculous. Not recoilless rifles, I don't think. I think those are just straight up missile launchers. Those are cool. But those have an extremely high rate of fire, which makes them absolutely, absolutely murderous against most medium vehicles. I never pay for pixels that the devs can remove my access to at their discretion. Same. I generally don't pay for in-game items. There are, like, if you have a full DLC, I'll buy that occasionally. But I'm not buying, I'm not usually going to pay for a premium vehicle in a game or a premium skin or something like that. I'm just not. When it comes to, like, well, for games like Vermintide 2, for example, I'm okay-ish with the weapons in there. Now I would say that those probably should have been in the base game, but, you know, yeah. DLC is a weird and murky subject for me, because I've seen cases of it done well, and I've seen cases of it that are just obviously cash grabby. Need to division up with another M1 and a missile tank. How far out are we from the M1A? We are 3,000 experience out from the M1A1. Doing good. Doing real good. I'm very happy with that. Very, very happy with that. That's cute. We're doing good so far, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy with this. No, it's June 1st. I just remembered that. That's funny. So, how many companies are going to have pride flags on their bio this month? You know, soon-ish. Is it June or July? I thought it was June. Okay. I am tempted by the Bradley. It calls me. Happy normal month of June. Happy normal month of June, Rez. Good to see you, my dude. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see. Glad to see you, man. Hope you've had a good week, and I hope you will have a good rest of the week. Okay. June and those same ones won't have them in the United Arab Emirates. No, they will not. Remember, those are only for Western countries we're trying to subvert. I mean, what? No. Hi, guys. Abrams, my man. Okay. Not what I expected, but now I know what I need to do. Okay. Also, Wheel of Time got canceled, chat. Finally. That absolute dumpster fire is gone. Speaking of RDFLTs, aiming a little high, I think. God. Robert Jordan could have powered the entire... West Coast with the, Got him. Type 90 down. Getting careless. Getting very careless. That's not wise. Less than wise, as a matter of fact. Late summer camo. Now, just do Rings of Power, Fallout, The Last of Us, and Doctor Who to get canceled as well. I liked Fallout at the time. The more I learn about it, the more I don't. I think part of the reason I like Fallout is because I'm not a Fallout games fan as big as a lot of people, so I didn't catch a lot of the problems with it. But, yeah. I'm an Elder Scrolls fanboy, so Oh, hi. Hi there. How you doing? Thank you. So I didn't catch the problems with that. But The Last of Us, if we can get that to go, I don't think that's going to get nuked with the rest of Jennifer Salke's things, because it wasn't... That's an HBO product, not a Amazon product. But we can hope. Okay. That's actually good there. That Type 90 can go. And stop targeting Aerodale. Aw. I'm already out of this match. Also, Jennifer Salke has been fired, ladies and gentlemen. Now, normally, I do not advocate for people losing their jobs, but when it comes to activists like that, yes, I do. Thank God. Ding dong, the witch is dead. May she never, ever work in entertainment ever again. Now, if we can just get rid of a few other activists, C-suite level people like Sarah Bond and... Oh, what's the other chick? The one at the BBC. God help me. Then we will be in business, ladies and gentlemen. We will be in business at that point. Because a lot of this stuff is getting pushed by those people. Oh, man. I do want the M1A1. I want the M1A1 a lot. People had to excuse the shite writing because, well, the games are goofy too and stupid, therefore the show is good. Well, since then, I have actually played Fallout a lot more. And actually, because I played Fallout 3 and I played Fallout 4 before I reviewed the show the first time. And I went back and I played Fallout New Vegas and I played a few other games. Fallout New Vegas, played Fallout 3 more. And I also did a deep dive into, like, you know, the lore side of things. And that show is good until you think, is fine until you start thinking about it. Because there are a lot of things that it breaks canon with, which is interesting. Because, you know, I am someone whose opinion changes with new information. If I have new information that presents a convincing argument to me. And I've seen a lot of people's videos, and I've read a lot of the lore, and I've gone back and played a lot of the games that convinces me that that show, yeah, there are issues with it. Now, I'm not one of those people who says Bethesda hates Fallout New Vegas overmuch. I don't think that they do. I think that there are some problems with that particular little thing, because the guys who made Fallout New Vegas and the people at Bethesda are kind of cool with each other these days. Like, you can listen to Will Kane, and he's like, yeah, there's no beef between me and Todd. I don't know where people came up with it. But it made the waste... Yeah, Rez, you're correct there. The show has a lot of issues. And the upcoming season, they're going to New Vegas, so they need to do it justice. They need to do it right. And I just don't know if they can. Like, one of the biggest problems right now with Bethesda, and now you've got me on my hobby horse. One of the big problems with Bethesda is that it has bled off 90% of its talent as a studio. And so, yes, it's Jonathan Nolan doing the TV show, but you have people like Emil Pagliarulo and Todd Howard who are co-producing and co-writing it. And Emil and Todd are not very good at the whole lore and canon thing. Now, Todd is not malicious. Todd Howard is an ultimately mediocre game dev who has managed to keep his position by doing and saying exactly what corporate wants. Emil Pagliarulo is malicious. He thinks his audience is stupid. He thinks they are unworthy of basically good things. And he thinks that he has the right to do whatever he wants with canon. And, you know, that is a very destructive belief system. They also changed how the ghouls work. Why they also changed how the ghouls work is beyond me. There are a lot of issues with that. One of the things is ghouls, like, if you actually look into the lore, like, super mutants, if Bethesda hadn't done what they'd done with Fallout 3, would have ceased to exist after Fallout, I think it's 2, because the thing that was creating them was going to go away. But now, you know, there's super mutants everywhere now. But that was a Bethesda choice. And Bethesda keeps changing the canon for those games from how it was under Black Isle and the other studio that was running it back then. And Obsidian. What would become Obsidian. Those issues, I don't think, are something that can really be fixed now, because Bethesda has continually hired people who are very either dispassionate or actively destructive towards writing characters. I mean, you recently had the whole thing with the whole Twitter drama of people being like, oh, all of these creatives, you know, all of these pink-haired, blue-haired creatives that you chuds are getting mad about, you know, they've been working here for 20 years. It's like, yeah. In the grand scheme of things, they've been working there since the studio has started going downhill. So, I don't think you really thought that particular, you know, get owned chuds through. Because, yes, they have been working there for 20 years. But they weren't the people running things, and they weren't the ones in charge. Then there's the fact that while shown to be competent, Lucy is not going to last a second out in the wasteland with how innocent she is. Correct. I mean, she basically bumbles through the entire show at the whims of other people just not being dumb enough to kill her. And you can only make so many excuses before the plot holes add up to the point where it's inexcusable. I think a lot of the problems with the writing in that show are like the problems with the writing in Starfield. If you play Starfield, there are a lot of things in Starfield that, bare bones, taken by themselves, are actually great ideas. You know, the different factions each have something, you know, that, taken at the most bare bones level, makes them interesting. But the problem is none of that is developed to the point of actually being interesting. Like Starfield, I thought that they were going to develop it out in the DLCs, to where each faction got its own DLC talking about basically what they were all about, where they'd explore everything related to specific factions in depth. Instead, what we got was, here's House Varun's quest, it's kind of garbage, and all of the other factions still don't have any DLC to really fill them out. Yeah, the Brotherhood of Steel... There's a lot of problems with the Brotherhood of Steel in that show. And there's a lot more problems with the Brotherhood of Steel in... Okay, can I get out here and kill him without getting eaten? I can. Brotherhood of Steel would teach that. Yes, they would. And they also made them a little bit too much of a religious order, which they're really not. I think one of the big problems with modern Bethesda is it's made by people who don't understand how a lot of things work, or have worked in the past. They're very illiterate people. Not to be someone to pull out the excuse of media literacy, but not every knightly order throughout history has been a religious one. There have been knightly orders dedicated to dealing with specific threats, or specific issues, or specific things that are not religious. Or if they are religious, they have religious trappings, but that's not their main goal. The Brotherhood of Steel was not a religious order. The Brotherhood of Steel was an order of knights dedicated to dealing with the problems caused by over-advanced technologies. They were afraid that, hey, some dumbass is going to nuke the world again, and they'd like to avoid that. Which is a good fear, considering what happened to the world last time. Good clickbait. Chinese players. God, I love them. 120S. For example, they had a religious, basically, overfront to them, but the Knights Hospitaller were not primarily a religious organization. The Knights Hospitaller of St. John were originally invented to protect pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem, because, well, the friggin' Saracens couldn't stop raiding civilian convoys. So, they needed a way to deal with that. They were very effective at it. Knights Hospitaller are fascinating, because the Knights Hospitaller were around all the way up to, like, the 1940s, I think. Which is very interesting. They technically, kind of, sort of, still exist. It's a whole thing. They got folded into the Jesuits. If I remember correctly. I do not remember that quite well, because I haven't been reading about that recently. I went into a whole looking into knightly orders for my book thing. Jog at one point. They're fascinating, though. Like, you have knightly orders dedicated, well, the royal family has a couple, in England, has a couple knightly orders dedicated to dealing with specific stuff. Like, sometimes people will get knighted for basically being a good actor. See, oh, what's his face? Ian McKellen. You know? Here, you get knighted for this contribution to acting. But yeah. Them making the Brotherhood of Steel a religious order didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Crew positions. Button up. Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready. Target. 11 o'clock. Ready.
Guys, please, hear me out. Don't bunch up here. It'd be really good if you didn't do that. Okay. Challenger 3 just completely Superman phased to that. And he got my fuel and nothing else. That's good. And they got him. That is also good. Oh, God. Thoroughly unpleasant. There's also the whole problem with the way Bethesda seems to be writing a lot of their modern stories to be very shallow when it comes to specifically Elder Scrolls, because if you look at Tez has gone through so many phases from a writing standpoint. They went from sort of, kinda, sword and sorcery style fantasy with Arena and Daggerfall to more, and this is in the words of the creators at the time, like Michael Kirkbride and Michael Kirkbride and Ken Rolston and Ted Peterson. They were basically trying to create fantasy-esque Dune. Think Conan meets Dune, I think was the exact quote. Which is how we got Morrowind, with all of its just wacky, wacky lore. That and Michael Kirkbride's serious chemical assistance. It's like, do you ever write things when you're sober? No. Why do you ask? Just curious. Oh. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I don't like that. Bad airplane. Oh boy. RLC is an interesting map. And I love Buffalo Trace, Dr. Pepper, Blackberry, and Muddled Mint with a couple of ice cubes. That sounds good. I don't know what it is, but it sounds good. It sounds like a booze, and probably good booze. Ow. I will thank you to keep your hands off my fiancé. Now, if we can just get our commander site repaired. Okay, down, down, down. We need to dive. We need to dive, dive, dive. I need to get low. Okay, we can't toss bomb. Buffalo Trace is good bourbon. Nice. I wasn't sure, but it sounded awesome. Okay. Got one. We're clear. Beglite Panzer. I knew we would see one today. And I got his barrel. He's done. Jaguar. How did you... Okay, I'm not gonna question it. It's okay. I won't get angry. I probably should have been flaring there. DM53 ammo, I'll take it. That's legit. The HSTVL. For when you really need to make people hurt and then suddenly lose all of your talent midway through using it. I need to make cookies again soon. I haven't made cookies in nearly 3 weeks. No, 2 weeks. Not quite as good as my favorite Angel's Envy or some Weller, also by Buffalo Trace, but nice to mix with. Nice. Very nice. Perfect. Ah. Much better. Oh, that's interesting. There's some weird screen artifacting going on. That's strange. Not sure what that is. I hope it's not graphics card related problems. Okay, and we got the M1A1. Ladies and gentlemen. Order and select a crew. We're going to replace you with that. Quite expensive. Okay. Now, do we research the IP? No, we're going to research the M1A1HC, I think. I think that would be our best use of RP. Very pretty. Now, what do we get as far as shells? Start out with 480mm heat rounds. We can upgrade to 120mm heat rounds, 480-30 with 480 millimeters of penetration. That's good. M29 APFSDS. Then you get M29A1, which has 596 millimeters of penetration. Ear. That is vile. Okay. Iberian Castle. We have not gotten this one today. I don't think. Can't remember if I did that on stream or not. We're gonna drop that down to like 20 rounds. M1A1 for the win. Let's see how good she is, chat. Is your mic low or is it at my end? Oh. I don't think my mic should be low. Frick, I think my mic should be fine-ish. It looks good from the audio leveling on my end, and Airtail and them say it's fine, so. I was just talking derpy. Oh lord, this thing is very chunky. Good god. Tank, you are fat. You are very fat. This says put all of the missiles on me. This could not be any more of a target if you drew a giant red circle and a kick me sign in bright fluorescent pink letters. It's not overly loud, I guess. For now. Oh boy. Oh, there are a lot of them up there, aren't there? Come on. Come on, 72. No, you want to. Ah! That is a very high velocity cannon. A lot of the 120s are big, but slow. This one is actually very high velocity. That's good. Who are you? That is a TKKP. A violent, unpleasant, unfriendly, unrepentantly bastardly vehicle. Bastardly dastardly, okay. Is that cast strength or just bourbon? Asks Bend Over. Kill assist on the XM1. You have to be a filthy, filthy console fanboy to get that tank. Okay. 580. Leopard. Okay. M1A2. No, you're right. Here. That was lag. That was definitely lag right there. Come on, clickbait, move forward. Be a good boy. Good clickbait. I can't shoot through that building. Can shoot you, though. He must be a good swimmer. Oh, God. Ooh. He's gonna get chewed on. A1 to aim, I think. Yeah, he still has. They definitely still have spawn protection. It's not good. Ow. Thoroughly ouch. I hate the Nammer. Luckily, they have an airplane up, and it's nearly the end of the match. I'm gonna try and... Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Can't do anything to really avoid getting borked by the filthy. I've had the Angel's Envy, good stuff. Well, I will defer to your greater range of experience, Airtail. Afraid that when it comes to alcohol, I am not the most knowledgeable individual. I know a little. Why do they want to shoot our own guy? Or he's requesting air support. Oh, he's got a problem over there. A problem we may be able to solve if it's a light vehicle. Giggles and rotary autocannon. Oh, hello, Wolfpack. How you doing, buddy? It was a light vehicle problem that we absolutely can solve. Now, Mr. MBT. I bet you have really good armor, but if I shoot you from behind or through the skirt, will it kill you? And if so, will you cry? Because I feast on Russian tears. Russian player tears are the best thing in the world. Let's see. on. Ever get a chance, look up McKinley Shackleton. It's a blended malt scotch based on the whiskey taken by Ernest Shackleton on his polar expedition. That is Airedale's recommendation. Well, this is going very well indeed. We're nearly back up to, not a peaty scotch, more like our bourbons. Nice. How far in are we? We are only 2 hours and 17 minutes. Remember, chat, if you want to join in, send me a friend request over a Gaijin and tell me your BR, and you can absolutely join. We've got a slot open. Well, 3 slots open right now. And there's a heck of a tale with it, too. Yeah, you got yourself a conversational piece to go along with your booze. Okay. Are we good? We are good. Abandoned factory. I'll take that all day long. Ah. Take the 120S out. Try and push around to the side there. 300 millimeters, 350 millimeters. I'll take it. 5 rounds. 488 is kind of hard to beat, but occasionally you do want those heat rounds, or heat adjacent rounds. For when you need to make light vehicles actually feel pain. Because APFSDS does not have high explosive capabilities, and it can actually just rip straight through light vehicles without leaving any spall, which is very sad. Because then you get shot by the frickin' combat vehicle with the 75mm cannon through the very, very, very thin armor that is right there underneath my gun. Your gunner's viewport is probably one of the most vulnerable places on this tank. It's also one of the easiest places to hit because it's basically larger than most people's cupolas. Oh, this is gonna be painful. This is pain. This is pain. So is the rest of life, but... Okay. You, sir, can go. Yeah, I didn't get over there fast enough. What the? Oh, that's Cyrillic. That explains it. I think that's Cyrillic. It's a weird language, whatever it is. A weird, funky, I don't speak this language. It looks Russian to me, and that's all that matters. Oh. That's a Merkava and a Leopard. I would like you to stay scouted, sir. Good. Fighting those is always interesting, because if you can actually land your hits in the right place, the Merkava is fairly easy to kill. It's just actually getting it into those places. The lower front plate is pinnable, but if you don't pin in the right place on the lower front plate, you're just going to hit him in the engine, and then he's going to shoot you. Ow. Mr. Helicopter. But you have heard of me. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for the blurb, Airedale. I am the worst Warthunder player you have probably ever seen stream on YouTube, but you have heard of me now. Whether that is a bad thing or a good thing, I will let you decide. Ah. Yeah, I have a shelf life of like 2 seconds once we get up there. Okay. Okay. See, that was about 3 seconds, so I lasted over predictions. That's kind of impressive. I did kill one of them, at least. That's nice. Hopefully I don't get shot by the leopard that's parked over there permanently at this point. I will return to the battlefield when I am damn good and ready, video game, and not a moment before. Worst, nah. Player Spookston has done some really bad ones. That's fair. That is fair. Okay, he's dead. Oh, HC. He's exactly what I am, but better, probably. His job. Oh. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. He's got a good position. I don't like it when my enemies have good positions. Sturm from a KA-29. I love Russian helicopters. When you don't have SBAA up, they're just delightful, chat. Just the best thing in the world. They're so much fun to play with. So delightfully enjoyable. Oh. Give me 1 second, chat. I will be right back. I gotta go take a leak.
Get your fat ass back here.
I'm working on it, Rick. I'm working on it. And you can't call my ass fat because there's not any ass to be fat, so... I have many virtues. Having any rear end is not one of them. Alaska is awesome, Aerodale. I just suck at it. Usually. Wait, that's a new building, I think. Oh no, I'm just spawning on the side of the map I don't usually spawn on. My posterior is very small. Like most of my frame. It's what happens when you're a midget. Well, not really a midget, I'm just very thin. Willowy, I have been called. which I'm not sure how I feel about that. Oh. It is according to Herbert. God help me, I can't think of the reference. Oh god. On this side again. Okay. Ah. I am not an ass man, though. I am a tits man. Although, to be more correct, I am a proper proportions kind of person. I have only one requirement for my potential spouse in the future, and that is, honey, you can't be bigger than I am. Meaning that if you weigh over 100, I think it's 30 pounds on a good day, we're gonna have problems. Unless she's like 6 foot tall, then, you know, then we can talk. No, I would not say that at all, Rick. Firstly, because I am not, and secondly, because I am actually fairly muscular, just not very... Artillery. I love... Wait, what? Oh, he's hiding inside a building. I am very muscular, it's just not, Yes. Arid Hill is correct. Turn me sideways, I disappear. But I do work out, and I do look like I work out, thank God. I see you with a 200-pound wife and needing to strap a 2x6 across your ass to keep from falling. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's kind of part of the reason I have standards. Plus, I've been punished in the past by having people sit on me, and, yeah. I nearly fucking died. Okay. What are you? What are you is a better question. Oh god. Please tell me there are no, like, helicopters up. I don't want to fight helicopters in the 120S. Oh. That did absolutely nothing. Hey, I read PSO. So much for the honeymoon. Oof, yeah. Yeah, I am a very midgetly person. Thank God. Because it does have its perks. Being a tiny, tiny individual has many, many perks, like not having to worry about getting into places that everyone else has a hard time with, or you don't have to worry about...
Get nothing! You lose! Good day, sir!
What are you? You're cute. Come here. Basically come around the corner like, hey, 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 you got a party mouth, boy. And that's what he was thinking. Can you stop? Please. I got greedy. I got really greedy there. Oof. I had to struggle because of my legs and shoulder. Thank you, Aerodale, for the dueling banjos. I struggle because of my legs and shoulders and height to fit decent sports cars. Yeah, I would imagine being tall makes that a little difficult. My big thing is I can climb around on stuff without worrying about it being able to hold me. There are a lot of people who are like, you shouldn't climb on that. I'm like, it can hold me, trust me. I'm good. I'm really good. Great, one might even say. Now the long grind begins for another tank. We'll have that in like 3 weeks' time. I'm small but wiry. Spry is a good word. That is not, thankfully. Thank God. Besides, if it was, it would be Aerodale's too. No, actually, our family are not... My parents are not related at all. Thank God. I do not have a family tree shaped like a pretzel. Or a telephone pole. As far as I'm aware, my family is completely unrelated. Thank God. Well, going back to, like, pre-Neanderthal times. I'm not that retarded. I'm only retarded because, well, I choose to be. He did play it, yes. This is true. Also, I do know a lot of people in, like, who do play that kind of music. Bluegrass is a big thing around here. I actually knew a guy growing up who wound up in a big bluegrass band. Very, very popular. That was because of my "you got a pretty mouth, boy" to the tanker. Yes. Oh God, he's close. I dare say. That's most thoroughly unpleasant. I need to get where I'm not out in the open. God. Sensory overload is what killed me there. Oh God. What the? Good God, Rick Clary. That's awful. Oh, that's not good. He's dead. That's good. I'm worried that we're gonna get too packed in over there. Getting too packed in is not good on this particular map, because you'll have people who push way out to the wings, and they basically do the whole Zulu trick of encirclement and then closing everything down like a vice. That's what I'm hoping our team will pull. No, I am not. The other thing is I'm fairly short. Like, I'm not a complete manlet. I'm no Tomby, but I'm like 5'10-ish, 5'11". Not quite 6 foot, but I'm close. Within spitting distance. I guess this is the go do donuts in the enemy spawn portion of things. Alright. Hi, Leopard. How you doing, buddy? Wolfpack is just up there like, I have all the gun depression. Are you sure? Yes. And I'm just like, I do not. I have to be quite silhouetted to be able to hit my enemies. Which is not a particularly great thing to have. 5'10" is American average height. It is. That won't stop certain people from calling you a manlet, though. Oh God, did you guys hear about the height sliders on Tinder? Tam barely came out to my sternum. I'm not surprised by that, considering Tomby is taller than her and she is very short. Speaking of really tall people, have you all ever seen the Dutch Giant? That dude is huge. Like, he is just gigornamus. In fact, if that word had a definition in the dictionary, he would be right next to it. He's the guy from Reacher. He is... Thank you, bend over. Oh, God. I actually did some road work with a guy who was in a big bluegrass band recently. Well, yeah, road work. That's a good enough description for what I was doing. He's 2.5 Tombies in height. Wow. What about this on Tinder? So, Rick, they added a height slider to Tinder because, you know, women only want to date dudes for like 6 foot. And, of course, that has everyone now wanting to add a weight slider for all of the...
Well, you a city boy, ain't you? Pretty boy. City slicker. Drop your goddamn britches.
Burn it with holy fire. Nuke 'em from orbit, kids. It's the only way to be sure. I will say, I have met some people that are very, Look, when H.P. Lovecraft wrote about, made his certain statements on, people who live out in the woods, shall we say, I've met people who fit that description. Yeah, everyone wanted a weight slider for women, which of course caused a massive uproar, and people were like, okay, well, if we're gonna have the standards, let's have equal standards here. And of course, they just couldn't have that. So there's been a whole culture war battle being fought over that. I just think it's retarded. It's like, you guys, I mean, the whole dating culture thing is stupid anyway. Like, it is really bad and destructive because, as a general rule, the whole hookup culture dating apps thing is incredibly shallow. The likelihood that most people are going to be able to hook up with someone who actually... I want a slider for tit size to arm and waist ratio. I could see that. I mean, if they're gonna do the whole sliders thing, let's frickin' Skyrim this shit up. Arid Red Phelan, there's curvy girls, and there's has its own gravity well. Yeah, there are far more of those out in the world. Yes, I would like to eat a planet now. The Gorlocks of the world are many, and they are horrifying. The bane of skinny people everywhere, because they eat them. Target destroyed. I did not get him in the track like I'd hoped to. As in, she drags kids from the local elementary schools into her orbit. Damn it. I can't remember. Does that kill? Yes, it does kill him. Okay. Now we're just going to sit back here with the HSTVL, and we're going to scout and kill things as they move up into our range. Because that's what you do on this map. Life gives you lemons, you make lemonade or lemon meringue pie if you're feeling particularly ambitious. I could do with some lemon icebox pie right about now. That sounds really good. Why do I hear pings in the background? The reason you should usually see a skinny dude orbiting the ham planets is because they're too weak to hit escape velocity. Oh, God. You see, I would say you're wrong, Arid Hale, but I've been to far too many Walmarts in my life, and there's like always some dude in there with just some absolute Gorlock-sized ham beast that you're just sitting there looking at him like, dude, why don't you pick someone in your same weight class? That's like a... It's like trying to watch Chihuahua go after a bulldog or a, you know, a Great Dane. It's like, dude, how are you even able to find it? God's sakes. Plus, part of them are stuck below the event horizon. True. But I'm a 10 on what? The Richter scale? Yeah. In what world? Pray tell. Okay, SPAA, SPAA, SPAA. Did get one of them. Nice one, Ben. Very nice. Excellent, in fact. More fat jokes, please. I am absolutely for making fun of fat people. You don't understand, it's my genetics. Okay. So, why is your brother 6 foot tall and built like The Rock? The multiverse. That was what my ex-battle Dax did. Waited for the wedding. Grew 100 extra pounds. Ugh. There's always one, man. That's... How many Stacey Abrams was that? I guess like 2 or 3? Temporarily invulnerable. Use it while I've got it. Got a lower front plate hit on him. 0.02. Ooh. Now I'm thinking of the Stacey Abrams Star Trek episode where they made her basically president of Earth, if I remember correctly. That one was... How many Lizzos? 0.0000001. Oh, that's interesting. There's no one pushing up this side because he's basically into their spawn now. I wonder. Now, I say that, and then there'll be some guy who'll poke out here and blow me through the front of my turret, send it flying. But still, so far, resistance is light. I think they're all boxed up behind the hill line, the ridge line over there. You know, it's bad when you're banned from Japan. They didn't ban one in, They didn't ban one in 2011. Well, a lot of people died. Ooh. Sorry about pushing you there. Don't like it when people push me. Oh god, he is just spamming missiles. Someone killed him. Good. Good. Tiger E? Why is there a Tiger E in here? You missed my joke about her blood type. They don't do bento boxes, they do bin tin boxes. Ooh. Blood type somewhere between KFC, gravy, and ragu. Oh, that's foul. That's rough indeed. Trust me, as savage as I am being right now, no one hates fat people more than fat people do. I am very proud of myself. I have managed to pick a workout regimen and stick with it, and I'm going to, because the thing is, people with my family's genetics, if they don't, yeah, so my family's genetics has two settings, skinny and very muscular, and the size of Jupiter. and Saturn combined with the rings. And that's not preferable.
Crew positions.
Every 28 days, it was pasta with vodka sauce time. That sounds... Oh. Christian 2. This is gonna be rough. Ow. Oh, it's gonna be one of those matches, probably. Yep. I love it when the leopard and leopard derivative just sit back and they aren't rings around her, they are empty Haagen-Dazs containers. Haagen-Dazs. Yeah, that's not good. I get no respect, I tell you. I told my son about the birds and the bees, and he told me about the milkman and my wife. I miss old, actually politically incorrect comedians. Where is my generation's... Oh wait, they got banned off of everything. Actually, I think we do have one. We have Sam Hyde.
And that's the thing about me. Like, I look good anyway. Period.
Just by the voice, I can tell you that's not true. Like, literally, can tell you that is not true. Yeah, that is exactly who I thought that was. Although... do I say that joke on YouTube? I'm tempted. I am sorely tempted to be very politically incorrect and highly racially insensitive. They all sound the same, so... Can you blame me? Yeah. Come on, Leopard 2. Stay still for just a second, please. Not gonna do that. That was a silly move racing around. You could have let the M take the lead and used his carcass as extra armor. I should have. The Christian does have a lot more armor than me, but sadly he's also a Christian. Christian players are, like most Swedes, willing to sit on their hands right up until it becomes their problem. How do we go from the nation that created Vikings to the people who have sat out of every major conflict they could? She shops at REI Outdoors in the tent section. I'm just gonna take the Bradley. I'm craving a little Bradley action. Her outfits are custom by Moo by Omar, the tent maker. Come on, Ramsegal. You know you want to. Yeah, there's nothing you can do at that point. That is their... Arid Hail Red Valen. Amen, says Ben. Tents are us. I need a man with that. I am not that man, sadly. Dear God, we're not the map I was hoping for. Vietnam. Fortunate son blares loudly in the background. Now all we need is the, she gets really excited when she goes to the Ringling Brothers. She thinks it's a fashion show. Ringling Brothers.
Crew position.
The only time measurements are in meters. Oh. Oof.
Good morning, Vietnam!
Thank you very much, Aerodale Red Phelan. That blurb was on point. Although I think, yeah, it's probably morning here. It's daytime. Thank you very much, Aerodale Red Phelan. Or the blurb. God, that's perfect. The only time, and her beard is normal, not a standout. She needs a sensible pair of shoes. Okay. Shoes that need to be nailed on. Thank you. Now, if I can get unstuck to where I can actually move around. Okay, we have a TKK, TKX, and whatever that is over there. Leclerc SXXI. Oh, we're in here with an actual Russian player. Let's go bully him. With a high crime and misdemeanor of... an addiction to vodka and taking other people's territory. We'll just take our business elsewhere. Well, take it to the moon. You'll weigh less there. She goes to all the she can eat buffet and says yes. Okay. Yeah, what is shooting me from over there? I can't even see it. Her bathroom scale reads tilt. If you know, you know. Oh, that's not good. That's a T80. That is not a T80, that's the Leclerc. God, I hate French vehicles. Just like I hate French people. Because they are weird. And kind of gay. They're very big on fashion, and they have no substance. She goes to the truck stop for an accurate weigh-in. One of those people who wishes their blood type was actually pudding. It would be an improvement. Okay, we've got them kind of surrounded. How much that actually does for us here, I have no idea. But I would wager that it is actually not that much. Because that's what happens when you deal with... Fuck it. Oh, God. There's a leopard. I hate Russian tanks. I hate Russian tanks. Her car is permanently tilted to one side. Well, I was gonna say the springs are worn out on one side because the suspension just can't handle it. But that works too. Oh. I have actually seen people where that has happened. The Great Wide Hope. Oh. Kill assist. Leopard T80. You, E1. You are a threat, sir. That needs to be eliminated. Aww. Come on. She can legally travel in the HOV lane alone in the car. Ah. That's a good one, actually. That is a very good one. IMAX wants to rent her ass to show Star Wars on. Ah. And Quentin Tarantino is jealous that he can't get it. You will get that joke if you've ever watched the Quentin Tarantino interview where he's bitching about how Star Wars ran him out of a theater. When he wanted to show one of his movies, which I do think is funny. On an ass far, far away. Well, a lot of these people look a bit like the, what's the 40K story? The one where the Space Marines wind up going to the one planet to deal with a chaos infestation, and they have a really rough time because they find out that the planet they're on is really just a very fat, naked man who has made Slaanesh so happy that she just allowed him to eat and eat and eat and constantly grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and now he's an actual, like, planet person. Which is more than a little bit funny. And I'm just over here in my lane. He only hates Star Wars because there's no feet in it. True. You always that way, Leopard. To answer my question, yes, he is. Thank you, Stridsvagen.
The running gear is out of order.
Thank you. That's no more. Never mind. Yes, it is. The Black Grand Canyon.
Thank you very much. Keep it up, and victory will be ours. Roger that.
Stridsvagen 122B. What? Wait, a leopard took a shell and survived? I call BS. Yeah, but the thing is, the modern leopards, like the contemporary leopards, actually have really good armor. Like, really good armor, at least in game. I'm not sure how good their armor is in real life, but in game, they're really good. Late tier leopards, anyway. Early tier leopards can still be like... I have killed them with the X-800T with its 20mm cannon. Through the side. You can see Lizzo's ass from space. Yeah, well, because it's so large it obscures the telescope, my man. I will never forget the good old days when when Steven Crowder was taking the piss out of fat people. Good times. Back before he went all, you know, shilly and sold out. Kind of. He just got very, very boring. That's the main reason I stopped watching him. Check, I'm here for news and information. And it's like, but, you know, we would rather talk about some pointless thing that doesn't matter. It's like the 121,000th gaming news channel on the internet that spends, you know, 5 minutes talking about gaming and 35 minutes talking about, you know, here, this drama of this month. Here is the latest lolcow news. It's rare, but it happens. Normally they pop like a balloon. Leopards are low survivability right up until you need to kill them. And then they suddenly just gain adamantium armor and... Crowder took the money and joined BigCon. To an extent, he joined the Rumble crowd. Which is not the same as the Israeli pack of Daily Wire. The funniest thing to me about the whole Crowder thing is Crowder gets all indignant at Daily Wire and speaks out to all these people. He's like, look, if you're a young creative coming up, don't take these... what was the word? Exploitative contracts. Come talk to me. And, you know, instead of hiring a bunch of young and upcoming talent, he goes and hires a bunch of his dad's friends. That was funny. A bunch of old people who barely even qualify as conservative. Leopards are just big scout tanks with big, accurate guns. They're very... In here, they're a lot tougher than a lot of people seem to think. Especially, like, the really late-tier ones. The early ones, like I said, can be pinned by an XM800T, occasionally from the front. But... Okay, who is it? I know you're out there. One I hate big time is Ben Shapiro. I do not like Ben Shapiro at all. I think he is one of the most giant pieces of shit on the right-hand side, right up there with Nat Walsh. Someone who does, honestly, more harm than good. In a lot of cases. Because they're very much controlled opposition. Ow. Did get him. Commander and horizontal turret drive. His wife's a doctor, you guys know. Did you know that my wife is a doctor? My wife is a doctor, guys. My wife is a doctor. She's a doctor, guys. My wife is a doctor. Have I told you that my wife is a doctor in the last 5 seconds? You should listen to me, because my wife is a doctor. Okay, that's about right. Okay, we're gonna want to raise that right up there, and... Okay...
Armor piercing, loaded.
Time to pretend to be a howitzer. Okay. Somebody got him. Really? No, I had no idea. Well, you might have known if you'd invested in Acre Gold. Oh god, the fucking ad reads every 5 seconds. Dear, that is... Like, could the grift be any more clear? Proctologist? Like, I have as little respect for him as I have for the Fuentes types. You know. If you have someone who generally blames one thing for all of society's ills, you can generally count on them being full of shit. First Star Babe that I ever saw with Baphomet goat horns on it. I'm pretty sure you mean Mammon there, my dude. He reminds me of the scene, if you've ever seen the Flim Flam Man, that's Ben Shapiro in a nutshell. His only real god is money. God, it's unfair. I hate combat vehicles so much. Well, his head is home up his ass, so yeah. He kind of probably does need a proctologist wife. I mean, I try not to shit on other no. Oh. Nicky Catboy Fuentes, that dude, the dude's a Fed creation. No, Baphomet. Yeah, the thing is, I don't usually try to shit on other content creators because I find it incredibly boring most of the time. But when it comes to someone who glows that hard, I do think it is funny to just occasionally take the piss out of them. Especially when they take themselves too seriously. Ben Shapiro is one of those people, and I use that term very loosely, who has gotten away with so much scummy shit just because he's a halfway competent debater. And I mean halfway competent in the fact that he's really good at making leftists angry, but when he actually goes up against someone who can actually argue, you see him fold like a wet paper bag. His wife installed this glass belly button, making it easier for him to see where he's going. Oh, God. Thank you. Don't thank you, because I didn't need that. I just need him to stop moving. Thank you. Do we have helicopters up? Please tell me you don't have helicopters up. No, we have an F-4J instead. When media was noticing that younger people didn't know who David Duke is and didn't care, oh no, we must create the specter of racism's alive. Create a new scary figure, please. Yes. He's only competent considering the quality of opponents he debates and just how stupid leftards are, yes. We got, yeah, and then you got, and then you got the Nick Fuentes types out there who blame everything on freaking Israel. It's like, look, guys, I don't know who needs to hear this, but, they aren't under your bed, or your walls, or the floor, unless you live in New York, and then they probably are. Come on. I don't know if that'll turn enough. It did. Could not get that second missile to lock on. Feds, we got you, fam. Yeah. And considering we know that he's into people like Destiny, well, he's definitely a Fed. Talk about 4 things I wish I could forget. No matter what we did, it couldn't save us from the frickin', Okay, his cannon's down. Kill assist on him. Commies are no longer under the bed. They are in the courthouse, police stations, and Washington, D.C. Yes. It's like boomers who think, you know, or who go on about the New World Order. It's like, you guys are absolutely fucking retarded. But they're gonna... It's like... Have you ever... Yeah. Destiny plus Catboy Fuentes was a leak literally no one asked for, and now we all need brain bleach. God. I would not be surprised if, yeah. Yeah, that whole side of the internet is just a very strange and weird place. I mean, as much as I've not liked some of the experiences I've had with the people I have wound up, making friends with on the internet, I will say this, at least none of us are secretly banging half the rest of the crew behind closed doors, I don't think. The whole Destiny thing is they're like, oh yeah, after this happens, there are going to be a lot of leaks. Density, the only man stupid enough to lose his hot yeah. He is a literal cock. Yeah,
Or, I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit.
Yeah.
It's the only way to be sure.
Yes.
Fucking A.
That is literally the only solution. There is no redeeming this situation. Density and Hassan Piker are the Mick Jagger and David Bowie of the modern commie set. Ah, God, man. They are not sending their best. I mean, honestly, where do you see Democrats and liberals going in 25 years? Let me ask you that. Like, who are they going to turn to for their leadership? Do they have anyone they can turn to? I mean, do they have any good candidates in the wings, so to speak? Because I can't think of anyone. The only people I can think of who might have mildly stood a chance are getting blown out of the party because of things like, you know, DE&I, like fucking David Hogg getting nuked out because he wasn't diverse enough. And he pissed off all the right people, like Nancy Pelosi, and the fossils hate him and the wokies hate him. And he hates himself because he's a liberal man. And I use the term man loosely. I think there comes a point when political parties just become too crazy and too stupid to continue to exist, and so they wind up imploding themselves because they cannot agree to basically set aside their differences long enough to pick a potential that doesn't completely alienate the normies. Well, they tried David Hogg, but he stole funds, allegedly, and made everyone mad, like you said. Yeah. It's one of those situations where you're just like, you guys cannot win. No, they can be, they will be grooming new candidates now, probably an uber left Elon type. Thing is, Elon Musk is pretty left-wing. All the people on the right wing who helped Trump win his election, they're not conservatives. They're Democrats from 25 years ago, which is part of why the normies like them. It's completely understandable. Like, most of what is considered right-wing today, most of these people are not conservative by any stretch of the imagination, and 90% of them aren't Christian. They're just Democrats who didn't go with the Overton window shift. Come on. Damn it. I just have to count on him not knowing that my... Yeah, he knows. He knows. Trump is a Democrat from 30 years ago. Yeah. But that's okay, because the Overton window ain't moving back in our lifetime. Potentially. Potentially. The big problem, and I see this with a lot of people on the right, is they think that they can get someone who can fix all of the problems at the executive and federal level, and that's just not how things work. You know, politics are not... We in America do not have a top-down political system. We have a from-the-bottom-up political system. And when you still have all of these commies in local positions, they are, of course, going to keep power because they control all the local positions. You're never going to have a candidate get out of the sticks again like Trump unless they are someone who is massively independently wealthy. And the likelihood of someone like that not being a power-hungry evil bastard, or just not being an authoritarian, is extremely low. It's not just... There's a Frank Herbert quote on that fits very well. What is... Okay, it's helicopters, not my problem. Parrot Critesia. Thank you very much. That's better. Those on the right who believe big government will work for them are simpleton fools that learn nothing from Reagan. Exactly. I mean, people love to trumpet old Uncle Ronnie out as the great... as this great conservative hero, but he was more of an authoritarian and more leftist regulations got pushed through under Reagan than they did under most conservative presidents. And most Democrat ones, for that matter. He's why we have the assault weapons. Why we don't have the ability to own machine guns anymore. God damn it. Yes, the Herbert quote on authoritarians is very good. Because Herbert is not entirely correct. Herbert thinks that... He thought that power attracted psychopathic personalities. But it's not just that power... Two things can be true. You can have, they're evil psychos who are attracted to power because they're evil psychos and it, fits their need to control and bend others to their will. But there's also the fact that power does corrupt people. There's always that person who sits there and goes, oh, well, I have the power to do this thing. I should do this thing. And if they do that thing, well, then you set a precedent. Well, it seems like a great idea if I do, for example, I have the power to set up a fund to help widows and orphans. Well, great, I've just set up a fund to help widows and orphans with federal power, and now we can just start allocating money to whatever we want because, well, he did it. Or, well, god damn it, I don't want to have to deal with this shit. So I'll just, I'll build out this new arm of the federal government. Reagan got led astray by complicit Republican types that forced him to agree to deals, the Rockefeller wing that Mitch McConnell took over. Yep. The old money conservatives, the circa 1800s Lincolnites. Oh, that's an Orlican cannon. How can you tell? Because of the way it sounds. And I can see it going off, which means that it's an Orlican. What is that? That is a... What enemy tank is that? You're an Abrams. You need to go. His barrel is apparently composed of reinforced adamantium. That's interesting. Reagan got... Yeah, the thing is... The Republicans are progressives. A lot of people don't realize this, but they are. They're 19th century progressives, which just means that they're commies, but they're, you know, commies moving at a different speed. I think the big thing with Trump is Trump's insurgency into the Conservative Party and into, you know, Republicanism is he is the first person who's really been interested in lowering, by decreasing the size of government. But the problem with Trump, and this has always been my problem with Trump, is Trump is shit at enforcement. Trump and just about every other Republican conservative who gets into office is shit at enforcement. Laws don't mean anything. Neither do executive orders if you do not enforce them. When Pam Bondi, that's what, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, that we were promised the Epstein list, chat? Where is it? Where's the Epstein list, Pam? I want to read it, Pam. So why is it so important that, you know, you just keep your hands on it and don't show anything? And tell me, Dan Bongino and, oh, what's the, Windows IT guy that they hired, where the hell is y'all's supplier? Because I need him. Because apparently Epstein killed himself? Like, really? We're going with that one. He killed himself by hanging himself from a bed that you can't hang yourself from with basically toilet tissue. With something with a tensile strength of toilet tissue. We're really going with that old hat. Come on, guys. We're not that stupid. Kash Patel, that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, the guy who's gonna call me and ask if I need things from Canadian Pharmacy. God, I fucking... God damn it. Yeah, this is why we don't do outsourcing, kids. Remember, Pam Bondi was the Florida Attorney General that made the deal to let Epstein off. That is true. The big problem I've always seen with Trump is Trump has not done a good enough job of clearing out the swamp creatures. And so he always acts surprised when he hires swamp creatures and they then turn around and stab him in the back. It is the most predictable shit ever. It pisses me off in the same way that reading Frank Herbert's Dune pissed me off. Because if you read Dune, okay, dinos and rhinos are both crap. They are. But it reminds me of the old recording of those two politicians who just got, you know, done yelling at each other. Then they go to this big dinner, and the mic was still on, and the one dude was like, "Oh, you filthy animal," because, you know, they basically insulted each other up on the stage, but behind closed doors, they're all just buddy in the same fucking club. And Florida pushed the red flag law and pushed the red flag laws in Florida. That is correct, Aradale. She is behind that shit. The reason this bothers me is because it kind of invalidates my old argument for why I hate Dune. Like, if you read Dune, the first book in Dune, okay? This is a good example of an application and not an allegory, chat. Okay, so you have in Dune, Paul Atreides is set up in the first book as being...
The bomb that drops on you gets your friends and neighbors too. There'll be nobody left
behind to mourn. Thank you very much for the Tom Lehrer blurb, Aradale. I have a medical background. There was no way Epstein was able to break his hyoid bone in 3 places with the weak ligature tool and distance in the cell. He was manually strangled by that beast. Yeah, And then there's all the other shit that went on with the Epstein thing. Like, oh yeah, all of the cameras turn off at just the right time. Everything in that cell block goes off at exactly the right moment. Sure. the big thing for me is I don't believe for a moment that Epstein killed himself. I also don't believe for a moment that most people in politics aren't corrupt. The reason, take this back to my rant about Dune. This invalidates my old argument for why Dune was shit, because in there, Paul Atreides is this total genius, and now, and by the end of the second book, by the beginning of the second book, he's just become a complete, basically he took out his brain and left it in his other handbag. Absolute retard. And I was like, that is so unrealistic. No one would do that. And Trump is over here, like, hiring all of the same, he's pulling the same mistakes. You know, despite railing against people doing exactly this shit. It's like, God. I remember for Epstein's first employer was Bill Barr's dad, so no conflict there, huh? Yep. Wonder what the two guards are doing for jobs and money now. Well, I did, of course. Aww, clickbait got me. Looked over at exactly the wrong moment. Yeah, there are things like that that just, they piss me off. At this point, I've become pretty disgusted with most people in politics. And there's always these people who are like, well, they have to make compromises to get things done politically. It's like, yeah, but you're basically saying that virtue isn't convenient at this moment, so we just, you know, have to make deals with the people who want us all dead. That's the ultimate goal here. These people are communists. We've seen how this particular song and dance ends.
This ain't me.
Don't forget, they didn't like the original coroner's report and got a second one. First one, the guy pointed out the broken hyoid bone and brushing consistent with hands on the sides of the throat. Second one was, yep, suicide, guys! Yeah, the whole thing stank to high heaven. I need to get this load out quickly, because I'm not capable of fighting this long term. Okay, let's turn. Let's turn and extract this airplane! Come on! F4 Phantom, please, F4 Phantom flight model, kick in now, thank you. I do not like that one very much. That particular F4 Phantom with the, like, gazillion Mighty Mouse rockets, not very good. It's only good in very mission-specific instances, and everything else, it kinda sucks. I need to get low. I need to get lower than your average politician's morals. Game, please stop cheesing out. It's having a hard time with that right there. Can't do it very well. Okay. Oh. Parasite drag out the wazoo. Yeah, this thing is basically a Russian boat. It is not particularly aerodynamic in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I really... Ulbrecht. He is either a big fan of Germany, or he's a Warhammer Fantasy fanboy. Let's get this up here so we don't get immediately popped by some leopard. God help me. I mean, right now you have a bunch of people on the right wing side of things, and then on the just not commie side of things, who are like, oh, we've won the culture war, guys, it's over! We've won! It's like, no, you haven't. You've won a battle. We've won small victories here and there, but we're still fighting a bunch of people who have been entrenching themselves in institutions for the last 100 years. I'll tell you what this is. I'll tell you what this is, chat. Okay? History lesson time, kiddies. So, today we're going to learn about the Battle of Hastings. They must have brought in the Mena, Arkansas's coroner and two-shot pew-pew blast to the back of the head. Yep, self-unaliving for sure. Oh yeah, definitely suicide. I tried the max loadout of bombs on the A4 the other day. Spent nearly my entire flight on the edge of stall speed. Yeah. Okay, this is the thing, chat. History lesson time. It's a Battle of Hastings. Okay? The Anglo-Saxons are at the top of a hill. They're dug in. They've got a good defensive position. They have a shield wall, and they're holding. The Normans are smashing against it. They are breaking themselves on there like waves on a cliff face. They are not winning. They're not losing, necessarily. They're losing people, but they're not losing the battle. But they're losing enough that William the Conqueror realizes that if they continue as they are, they will lose. Because he'll just bleed himself out on the Saxon spears and frickin' battle axes. And so, William decides to do something clever. The Saxons have notoriously poor discipline. And so, he decides, Americans do not know history and war history at all. Okay, so here's the thing. The Saxons have notoriously bad discipline and notoriously bad discipline when they see enemies running. So, what he does is he orders his men into a feigned retreat. The Saxons come out of the hills, and the Normans then proceed oh man, the Mena one, boys on the tracks case, that's wild. The Normans then proceed to hit them with oh, that's not good. With cavalry charges, and they turn and fight, because they weren't actually retreating, they were just fake retreating. Okay, that's what's going on right now in the Culture War. Okay, they're going underground, they're feigning retreat so that everyone will just go, oh, we've won the war, it's, you know, there's no more need to fight, we can go in, it'll be fine. You know, we can just charge in and mop up, except they're still very strong. They're still dug in the places they need to be. They've given ground in places that don't really matter that much. Hit him in the turret ring, and it did absolutely nothing. God save me from the T-70 series of tanks. They are fucking broken. Okay, that's what's going on right now in the Culture War. What you have is the right is up here on the shield wall, basically going, here is where we draw the line. Thank you very much for the Doom music, bend over. They're like, here's where we draw the line, you can't have any more than this. No, you know, no, you may not do weird things with the kids. No, you may not teach all of these extremely caustic ideologies to children. No, you're not allowed to do this. And the left is giving ground to an extent. But they are not defeated. God, T90M, I hate you. Gepard, you are broken, my dude. And that's what we're dealing with right now. You know, you have people like, oh, it'll be fine, we can just stop fighting now, and it's not over. Almost the exact same thing happens in the Silmarillion with...
Oh! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up!
Indeed, bend over.
Now you fucked up! You have fucked up now!
Indeed. Iberian Castle. This one we did well on earlier. Hopefully we can repeat that success. I do not believe for a moment that a lot of this stuff is going away, because if you actually look at what people are saying, for example, this has happened with Microsoft and, was it Bungie? One of the other studios. I can't remember if it was Microsoft and Bungie or Microsoft and EA. But basically, a bunch of people... I saw that Hastings' strategy against multiple friends in World of Warcraft staged a small raid against a superior force and drew the enemy into a choke point lined with my forces. Yep. You know, it's the old, lure them out of their defensible position and fight them on the ground of your choosing. That's basically what's been going on for the last 20-something years. I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off this time, but God, I hope not. And I'm going to do everything I can to pull this crap into the light. There'll at least be one asshole sitting there shouting, "Hey, dumbass!" They're not actually running away, and if you go out there, you're all gonna die. There goes his big old machine gun. No, now who would you be? Bullshit. Bullshit, Mr. Abrams, I say. Absolute horse pocket. Please don't do that. Now he's gonna pull forward, and I'm not gonna be able to see him. The left is in disarray for one reason only. They lost control of the narrative and means of news distribution. That has screwed them over more than anything. True. True. He who controls the information basically controls all discourse, and the internet has proved to be a effective second printing press. And just like then, it has led to an awful lot of subversion of institutions. And that's another problem that has always bothered me. You always have people who are out there reaching for some conspiracy to explain why the world is going to shit, and it's utterly unnecessary because I don't think a lot of people on our side understand how subversive ideologies work. Subversive ideologies work because they don't require a basically top-down level of control. They just require enough people believing and thinking the same things. And you get effectively the same outcome as if you had had top-down control. It's not that they're all necessarily all working for each other, it's that they all just believe the same thing. And you can see that a lot with, like, for example, in gaming. If you look at gaming and you look at game developers, they are overwhelmingly liberal, okay? But the Fourth Estate is now the fifth column, owned by two-party, one-party cartel. That is why they hate Trump. Yep, the second closest thing that is that they've always lied about everything. They can't seem to adapt to the age of the internet where anyone can disprove their lies in 30 seconds. Yes. Neither political dinosaur faction has really managed to realize that anything you say can and will be recorded. This basically got microcosmed recently with the whole Buffalo, New York school thing that the guys over at Unsub have been dealing with. Because what has happened there is they basically started shrieking. There was this one school person who started shrieking that she didn't actually say "fuck you, bitch" at a official meeting, and she was not drinking at an official meeting, except for that someone had their camera on and recorded it. It's kind of hard to deny reality when you have videographic evidence. Ooh, that was close. I made him very nervous there. Plus, we have memories and a search capacity. Yes. I would say that there are a lot of people who do not have a capacity to use Google, but, you know, there are enough people who do that they can generally tell when something is utterly and complete bullshit. Like, the other day, I was like, oh god, I found this video that was a bunch of trailers. And I was like, oh, these are trailers for new games. And then I went and I looked up from basically official sources, and I found out that no, these are a bunch of fucking cut-together pieces of old trailers, and they're not actually making this. And it took me like 5 seconds of research. She got really defensive when the video of her drinking while yelling "fuck you" and flipping off the camera surfaced. Yeah, she did. And then her pastor was like, oh, this is a high-tech lynching of a black person. It's like, no. You can't call it that. You can't... See, this is why words like racist don't have meaning anymore. Because you people can't stop using them incorrectly. It's a pejorative that has no meaning, because you have used it to go after anyone you don't like. It's become the equivalent of butthead or asshole. I love when they lie and the evidence is shoved in their faces. It is very, very entertaining. It's the equivalent of calling someone you don't like a cocknob. It's not... It's a descriptor that has been used as a pejorative for so long that it means fuck all. It's like retard. Except retard was never really used as a descriptor for actually retarded people. It was described for people who acted retarded. There's a difference between being and acting. It's not racism, it's pattern recognition. Well, the thing is, it's not universal. This is the big problem I think a lot of people don't realize. 90% of the shit that is blamed on stuff of that nature, shall we say, of the, what position in the crayon box you occupy, 90% of that is cultural. Some of it's not. But 90% of that kind of thing is cultural, and we have allowed people to not assimilate into American culture for so long that they're developing their own, basically counter to ours, that's not healthy. Like Gavin Newsom saying he never forced anyone to get jabbed. Exactly. Perfect example. He got a 3-minute video shoved in his face. Yep. The people today who are in positions of power, a lot of them are older. They don't understand that the internet age has existed for 25 years. And that, well, 20-ish years. Nearly 25 years. For 20-ish years. And that they can't get away with just spouting whatever shit comes to their mind. And because of that, they're now having to deal with the consequences of not being capable of realizing it. It's like when you see someone driving towards a wreck, like driving towards what will cause them to wreck their car. Like they're driving at top speed at 90 miles an hour towards the deer that's staring at them in the headlights, okay? And they could stop, but they just cannot see it. It's like the one time I was out hunting with my brother, okay? And I'm like, there's a deer right there, shoot it. It's easy, it's broadside, you can hit it in like 2 seconds. And they just can't, like they lock up and they can't bring their minds to grasp that concept that they are now accountable for their actions. Everyone has a camera and everyone can share videos and pictures. Exactly, Aaron Hale. Andrew Cuomo forcing COVID sick into nursing homes to raise the mortality. Oh yeah, that stuff was properly scummy. I think that whole era made a lot of people realize okay, he's down. Just how little these people actually have their constituents' interests in mind. Because, to quote Frank Herbert, power attracts psychopathic personalities. It attracts people who are drawn to power. And most people who are drawn to power are not fit for it. J.R.R. Tolkien probably would have agreed with Herbert on that particular point. Because there is a letter from Tolkien to his son talking about the nature of power and what he would want as a political system. And what he says is, when it comes to politics, my dear boy, the older I get, the more and more I become an anarchist. Not in the sense of funny men in strange hats carrying bombs with beards. No, I mean in the sense that basically it was like, I want as little government as possible. And I want the government to have as little power over my life as possible. Then there are those who do have their constituents in mind, they just aren't the ones who voted them in. Yes, they want to replace a great quantity of their constituency with people who are loyal voters. The only problem with that is recently that's been less and less the case. Aww. Didn't quite get the Bradley in time. Yeah, they're done. They are done. F4? F4? Thank you. Rashida Tlaib went on record saying that she considered Iranians as her constituents. Oh, of course she did. God, and then there are those who say the quiet part out loud. Those extremely special people. By special, I mean special in the same way that the older lady behind the cash register looks at you and you ask her a question about something that's, you know, just what she would think would be common knowledge, and she says, bless your heart, you're special. Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Heinlein. I do need to read that one. I've read a good section of Starship Troopers. I've not read it all the way through. I need to, badly. Nah. Shouldn't have pushed out there. But a lot of what Heinlein wrote is very applicable nowadays. Because Robert Heinlein was actually really smart, and probably decades ahead of his time. I think reading Starship Troopers should probably be one of those requirements for getting into public office. Because what he argues in there when it comes to politics, because let's be real, Starship Troopers, while it is a very interesting story from the, you know, the whole power armor standpoint, everything else like that, it is very much a political treatise above everything else, of him basically proposing an alternative system to the modern, basically liberal order that has been instituted everywhere. Oh yeah. The probably one jet that can catch him. Oh, there is an SPAA up. Where are you? Oh, there he is. Didn't quite see him in time. But I would also suggest a reading, and if you want to learn basically alternative political philosophies, there is a book by an author that I like quite a bit called First Contact, and it basically postulates a possible future that is very interesting. That's also kind of based. But one of the things that I've always enjoyed is science fiction authors who point out that, and this is kind of where I think Heinlein erred, is that they always err in that the people who agree with their political philosophy, their pet political philosophy, are almost always right. Where is the extract point? There it is. Heinlein, Crichton, and Vonnegut definitely should be required reading. They should. You have, I mean, you see this a lot with like Gene Roddenberry. In Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek, all the people who agree with him just happen to be the smartest people in the room who are always correct on everything. And they're very rarely put up against people who disagree with them. You know, and who are actually correct in their disagreements. You know, we have the Prime Directive for this reason. It's like, yeah, but do you? Is the Prime Directive really a good idea when you think it all the way through? You know, the Prime Directive is my personal favorite punching bag when it comes to Star Trek and Star Trek adjacent things, because the Prime Directive, if it wasn't actually instituted, if the Prime Directive was instituted, okay, let's just pose a hypothetical. We get into space. Prime Directive is instituted. You have gotten into space, you find this new civilization, okay? They are basically pre-industrial, okay? And you see that this civilization is developing advanced technology. Now, they're about, 100 years out, but they're getting there fairly rapidly, okay? Pre-industrial level, but they'll be basically spacefaring in 100 years. However, they have a political, philosophical, and basically a worldview level problem. And that is, they are an entirely xenocidal species. They hate every other race in the galaxy, and they want them to die because they basically view them as an abomination against their god. My favorite Star Trek captain, Jonathan Archer, thought the Prime Directive was BS, because it is, okay? Every other species in the galaxy is an affront to their god, okay? Now, you can stick with the Prime Directive and not interfere, because, you know, they have to be able to develop on their own, they'll learn their own lessons, but they don't. And in 100 years, they get into space, and they start causing problems for everyone around them because they are a species of just xenocidal maniacs. Is it not better, in that very specific instance, to interfere and be like, yo, you guys are not allowed to develop spacefaring technology at your current, basically, philosophical level because you are too dangerous. We're gonna lean on you a little bit here. Which is similar to... Oh, no. God damn it. I crashed. Video game, why do you do this to me? Ferengi exist, yes. I do not know what Bro was thinking. They don't give a crap about who they trade with. Or who they screw over. But I really don't like the settings where the creator's personal favorite political philosophy just happens to be right in every instance. Try A Case of Conscience by James Blish. A Jesuit astronaut meets a race that proves the existence of evil, and that space is Satan's realm. That sounds kind of metal. Well, it's basically the case you have in 40K as well. 40K, as a setting, has entire species that are completely unreasonable, that you cannot reason with, that you cannot argue with. You cannot make a logical argument as to why the Tyranids shouldn't just eat you. They don't care why they shouldn't eat you. They're going to eat you because that is their very nature. They are the soul-devouring insects from beyond the realm of men and everything else. Yankee traders, whose motto was Caveat Emptor. I mean, there's also a book series I would suggest everyone read. You can actually get it for free on Royal Road. Okay? Neil Armstrong is Doomslayer confirmed. Yes. The First Contact series has the first couple of books anyway, Because there's a very interesting way they deal with basically the situation I described. Every alien species is given a... It was from 1958. That explains why it was based. There's actually a book series that does something kind of similar, only with basically warning the dangers of modern rationalist scientists, and that's C.S. Lewis's Out of the Silent Planet series. That's basically one of those, hey, don't fuck around with technology too much, because, you know, with rationalism and, you know, setting technology up as God, because you might just wind up not liking where that leads. Series starts very science fiction-y and ends with Merlin basically fighting Satan at the gates of hell. It's very metal. Neil Armstrong sold out in order to do Cocoon in space under Clinton. Oh, God. A lot of those people really need to... I think if you became that big of a figure, like you did something like Neil Armstrong, you kind of have a responsibility to not step into the realm of politics. Or Herbert's The Heaven Makers. Or, yeah, I would suggest reading the first 3 First Contact books deal with that very well. What's the series? First 3 A Learning Experience books handle that very well. The Janissaries books by Jerry Pournelle handle some of those issues interestingly. But when it comes to dealing about the things I'm specifically talking about, I would suggest A Learning Experience and First Contact, because they basically put a nail in the coffin of the old Prime Directive pretty handily. I like those books a lot. If you want good science fiction, they're a good read. Oh God, that is a lot of enemy tanks. I don't want to go on the cart. U.S. soldiers get abducted and forced to adapt to a primitive planet to grow drugs for aliens. Yes, the Janissary series is very, very interesting. I know you're there. You may have gotten me, but I did get you. And he got me. Yes, the Janissary series is basically, here, go grow space cocaine for us in space Afghanistan. That era of science fiction was interesting. 1980s made a lot of very, very fun sci-fi. Aw, and I don't have any anti-air. Wonderful! I hate it when that happens. But one of the things I've always enjoyed in, like, fiction, especially science fiction, people who theorize about the future, is that I like the ones where humanity is not necessarily... I get really sick of the "we're the real monsters" argument. My favorite U.S. Soldiers Abducted Tale is hands down A Learning Experience by Christopher G. Nuttall. Yeah, that series is awesome. He follows me on Twitter. And the MET-70 is toast. And the Leopard 2 is about to get a lot of hurt put on him. But I like stories where it's humanity ascendant. It's not, we're the real monsters. Because that has just become a terrible trope at this point. Dear God, is there anything more insidious than or insipid than some pretentious fucking a-hole who had to give up his man card to get where he is in publishing? Being like, everyone else is just so awful. Humans are bad to each other all the time. It's like, sometimes. But we're also pretty awesome a lot of the time. You know, for every event, like the Holocaust, you have a Christmas truce or something of equally awesome nature that is really cool. That shows that humans are not just irrepentant bastards. See my above book references by Frank Herbert. Aliens abduct soldiers, aliens lose control of the ship in 5 minutes. 7 minutes later, the soldiers have the aliens flushed out of the airlocks and have seized the ship. Fun ensues. That series is great. It's also one that's not afraid to take aim at both sides of the political fence, which I really do appreciate. And it doesn't do the normal, oh, we hit both sides, but we only hit one side with anything other than kid gloves. Okay, I think he got him. Okay, who do we got up? TXX. He needs to go. I can get over there and drop artillery on them at least. Help out a little, but I should probably cap. I should cap. I should definitely cap. Dear God. We're going to lose this one. I like a lot of older science fiction authors. I like science fiction with still science fantasy a lot, too. Like, Edgar Rice Burroughs, A Princess of Mars. Good series. Very good series. Speaking of good humanity ascendant stories. We'll be fine, we'll be fine. The leopard can't get us in here. We're going to lose before this is all over, so I'm not that worried. Because our team's retarded. Oh, they're dropping artillery all the way over there. They're special. But if you want non-political science fiction, I can make a bunch of good suggestions there, too. The Messenger series is really good. Yeah, I couldn't, though. I couldn't reach the other cap from there, which sucks. I was like, I could drop artillery on them, but I can't reach it from there, which is really sad. We are literally 2 tanks out from the M1A2, and then the SEP A2. And then we can get the ADATs with his giant fuck-off rockets. The giant, hey, I would like everything in that general direction to go away rockets. Oh, fuck, good God. It's 7 o'clock. 7:09, actually. Okay, this is going to be our last one for the night, chat. It's late, and I have been streaming far past my cutoff time. Rat Harryhausen's Stainless Steel Rat series and anything by Harry Turtleduff. I'll have to check those out. I still need to read through Jurassic Park all the way. I don't think I've ever finished that book, which is a crime. I need to read through all of Michael Crichton's stuff, honestly, including the Andromeda Strain. Eaglet? I also need to read more Robert E. Howard. I've read most of everything I could find on Project Gutenberg that was free, I have read. I also probably need to read more H.P. Lovecraft, because I haven't read a whole lot of Lovecraft. There's still a bunch of stuff. Book better than movies? That's the case with like 90% of things, to be honest. It's very rare you get a film producer or a film creative who actually gives a shit about what he's adapting. No, I'm not describing a certain Franco-Belgian fuckweasel who did a very shitty adaptation of Starship Troopers, and the only reason it was good was because the poor fucking writer saved it from his clutches. But seriously, fuck that guy. I will thank you kindly to cease and desist from shooting me, sir. It is insulting. Get the collected works of Solomon Kane and Robert Jordan's Conan book. I'll need to do that at some point, definitely. I have completed my collection of Lord of the Rings and Tolkien-related things when it comes to, like, Middle-earth mythos stuff. The only thing I need to get yet is Tales from the Perilous Realm. Because that's a collection of most of his books. Holy turret pop Batman, yeah. That was actually pretty good. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna do a little saturation bombing. Yep. Okay. Now that their Alzalot is down. He is literally the other side of the rock from me. Oh god, I don't think he realized that I was... He did not realize that I was up in an airplane, thank god. Oh, and I could get a bomber too. Of all of the times where that could be the case. Why did it have to be now? Oh no. What do we got over here? Oh, it's a T-80. Can I torture anyone on the enemy team? Yes, I can. I gotta be careful and keep an eye on my ammo, because I don't have nearly as much as I would like. Okay. If you want a good idea of Tolkien's political philosophy, go read Farmer Giles of Am. It's actually very Ciceronian. We're having a lot of fun tonight. They are, don't think prepared for me when I'm on my... Not A game, but definitely less than shit tier game. I hate it when they give me that crappy Israeli bomber. Give me a bomber that doesn't suck. Boo. Boo video game. PT... Is that a PT-16? That is a PT-16. Oh god. Disgusting. Disgusting little creature. We're gonna go with late summer. Yeah, we'll go with winter. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Doesn't bother me, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. Okay, it bothers me, it bothers me, it bothers me a lot. Okay, we have the PT over there with a Puma up. It's good to know what my food looks like, at least. Okay, PT. 14 mod. Okay, there goes his ammo stowage. It's empty now. No, no, don't you dare go running back to your spawn. Don't you dare, you little shit. at F4. Possibly. I think it was a Mirage. I can always check. No, I don't want that. I want, Alt, Battle, Nesher. That was a Nesher. A rancid little vehicle with no flares and no countermeasures. Sue can stop. God, they really don't like me. I cannot imagine what I did to make them angry, chat. It's almost like they don't enjoy being shot in their spawn. Can you tell me why that is? I don't understand it. They were doing it to us earlier. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Let's see, I'm parked up over here. Should be fine. Shouldn't get bombed in spawn. They don't have enough points to... Oh, yep. Yep, yep. Down, 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 down. Man, I can't do it in time. Damn it. That F4 Phantom doesn't have any either. I hate the Strela. I hate the Strela so much. I'm gonna go kill the Strela, I think. Yes, I think I will. I really do think I will. I do not like the Strela. He is making my life difficult. I do not like my life being difficult. I like my life being easy. I like Strelas dead. Strelas are annoying little creatures. Little scud weasels, if you will. Unfit to live alongside civilized men. Good lord. Look at that crater where we were. Oh, and there's an enemy airplane up in 4, 3, 2... Bad. F80. Bad boy. I sense a pizza in my near future, Pete? I do not sense a pizza in my near future. My near future is... probably... smells like... normal food. Possibly... I'm not sure what that is, actually. Smells like oatmeal, kind of. Alright, I am gonna call it there, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite late. And I need to, get off of here and, hit the old, yeah, possibly cook. I don't know. I might just make some eggs and bacon. But I need to get off of here and go get some water in me and do all that. Godspeed, and thank you all very much for coming by and listening to my ramblings. Arid Hale, Rick, Rez, I know there are other people down there in chat. I see you, you filthy lurkers. Like the stream. Consider subscribing if you enjoy content like this, and until next time, this has been Pete, Theoretical Nerd. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you, Ben, you absolute Chad, for all the blurps. And until next time, this has been Pete, Theoretical